watch, are you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. We are welcome to do so.
This is one of the councillors. Yeah. First ever farming experience. Particularly today, it's been 6 or 7 hours, but it's surprisingly quiet. So yeah, I'm an avid reader. Yeah. I enjoyed last week. So you grad or grad 5 at 4. So do you study? University of London. Yeah. Do you do chart? So I'm going to be working towards my GPR since breakfast. Yeah. Yes, and a few events. Yeah. It's fine. You're thinking about it. I mean, the second it gets approved, you just forget. When you're doing it, I'm like, let's change this. And as soon as you get it, you don't think about it.
You got another one just in case?
Yeah, I'll take another one. Just that's fine.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
But sometimes, yeah, it's good to get it done. Sometimes pick bad cases early on. Where we've been a couple more months, you've been really comfortable and you've got sort of force a case in that wasn't sort of suitable. Just try to find using one watch hours, I think. You can also something to sign off now, so it's the proof. That's a look, you learn what you should, so carefully so. Yes. And it's better in the system, so yeah, this is one second.
then translating to other things.
Well,
The best common language.
So good job still in the EU then. Oh.
Yeah, I thought I was going to pay through translators. I was like, oh, this is great. The
Oh, if you
original,
go onto the European website, yes, it's in every language you can see.
yeah, the original's English, and then they got translated into each other. So it's super easy to me because that's the language is written in.
I think there's a lot of stuff that is always French.
Yeah, French one is. Yeah.
Come on, France.
It's like how they have to take an English name and give it their own French name. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Don't know. Today's not the site, is it?
No.
That's tomorrow.
She won't need to go inside. Oh, it might just, but it will definitely be next show.
I was like the fourth choice to London, so sorry about that.
Fourth choice is still a choice.
It's going down through the list.
Sorry?
It's great in the back.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes, but yeah. I do some work now, so.
Okay, ladies and gents, good morning. 10 o'clock, time for me to resume inquiry on day 2. Obviously, we've heard to this point from interested parties and from the council's first witness on landscape. There was nothing particular left overnight, but I thought I would just quickly check on whether anything has raised its head and needs to be addressed.
So on our to-do list was conditions, and I understand the planning witnesses did have a chat, or the council and Mr Pleasant had a chat, and that's going to result in some amended conditions coming from the council this morning. Yeah, getting nods. Yes. So progress is being made.
That's helpful. That's helpful, thank you. One thing we did have some fun with yesterday was the microphones on and off. Hopefully, we're getting more used to them having their time delay or whatever it is that triggers them to go off. We keep an eye on it, but I'm also conscious that having the windows open, which is necessary, I think it's 4 degrees hotter today than it was yesterday, so windows are probably going to be necessary. We're going to have to just kind of balance that. I do notice there's aircon at the back of the room, so if it becomes intolerable, and I think the impact is mostly on you, Miss Hall, really, with the windows immediately behind you, we might have to investigate whether we've got options of closing and switching on the ecologically unsound approach of having aircon.
I'm personally very happy to have the windows
It's
open.
okay.
If it makes the temperature slightly more bearable, I'm more in favour of bearable temperature plus noise than unbearable temperature but quiet.
We had a couple of lorries and one one police siren that interrupted at times, but we'll see how we get on. It was just something people can bear in mind perhaps as we go forward, and let me know how it's going. We're obviously less attended by interested parties, no surprise there. Councillor Cooper, very good to see you back for today. I'll just go quickly though to Councillor Cooper. Any feedback from yesterday of people feeling that they've missed opportunities, or others who wished that they had the opportunity to address us?
I just had one lady, sir, and she asked me if she would be able to send a submission. So because I left, I told her to send it to me, and then I was going to ask you, but she hasn't sent me anything yet. So what I would say is, I think I covered everything yesterday. I had quite a broad summary of the 66 residents. Not undermining her, I can't see that she would have anything more helpful to add to you.
No, and there is a kind of fundamental procedure issue about, there's an opportunity for comments from third parties, then I give an opportunity at the event, but it's not an open window, if you like, for commentary to come in, because it becomes increasingly difficult for myself, or indeed the other sides, to respond if new points are being raised. However, I think you're probably absolutely right that I won't say it won't add anything. I'm conscious of the level of concern that there is, and the number of certainly local residents in Gayton who've raised concerns. But I think I had a pretty comprehensive summary of what people believe are the issues for them. So I don't think there'll be anything particularly to be gained by having further submissions. It's just sometimes people can't attend on a day and say that they feel they've been disadvantaged because we've picked a random Tuesday to open an inquiry.
It was actually a lady that did come yesterday, but didn't feel confident to speak, unfortunately, and afterwards she asked me.
I'm too scary.
I would say that I and the parish council have given our residents a long period of time and every opportunity, via email, by hand-delivered letters, and we've done everything that we should need to do to give them time to respond. So I feel comfortable with
where we got to.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just for my part, I'm happy to if anything is received by Councillor Cooper during the course of today, one way forward may be for us my learned friend and I, to have a look at it and decide whether we have any objections to it going in or not. My main caveat is I would like to see anything before I call Mr Pleasant, because that's going to be my last opportunity to respond to anything that's new. And so if that window has passed and Mr Pleasant has given his evidence and the inquiry is essentially closed to new evidence, to my mind that is too late. But anything up to that point, as far as I'm concerned, I'm quite relaxed.
Very good. Our programme looks to be pretty solid still. So I think we'll just, as it were, crack on with our
Yes.
landscape evidence. Miss Hall, I'll come over to you. I'm just looking around the room. I don't need to remind people about mobile phones, fire alarm procedures, etc. I'm hopeful that those were established yesterday for those who are in the room, or for those who work here, probably know them better than I do. Thank you. Miss Hall, I'll pass it over to you.
So, thank you.
Mr. Webster.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Webster. Can I just check that you've got your proof, summary proof, appendices, that you've got access to the statement? Sorry, I paused because my microphone's turned itself off. It's allotted me somewhat less than 3 minutes. I'll try not to take it personally. If you've got access to the statement of common ground and a full set of the appendices, and you've got all the documents that you might conceivably need.
I do.
Yes, good. So just in terms of what documents will be required for Mr. Webster's chief, I think it is just core document 4.12, which is the Natural England Guidance on Sensitivity, and Mr. Webster's proof and appendices, plus landscape statement of common ground. We may dip into Mr. Wadsworth's evidence, but otherwise not an extensive tour around the core documents. Thank you. Mr. Webster, I'll just formally introduce you to the inquiry. Could we all turn to what is paginated as page 1 of your proof of evidence, titled Introductions. This is your main proof, where you tell us that your name is David Webster, and that you are a landscape planning associate at Barton Wilmore, now Stantec, and a member of the planning and design team in our London office. Is all of that still correct?
Correct.
And you say that you are a chartered landscape architect, elected to membership of the Landscape Institute in 2008. You hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics, a postgraduate diploma in Garden Design, and a Master of Arts in Landscape Architecture. Is that all true? I've lost any of those qualifications on the
Correct.
way. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. Right, I'm going to start then probably with the same order of play as we dealt with Mr. Wadsworth's evidence. So if we start with landscape character first of all, and a good jumping off point would be the tables in the Statement of Common Ground. Well-trodden territory now. So thank you. Just some background. I think it was agreed by Mr. Wadsworth yesterday that one of the main differences between you in terms of landscape character of the site is susceptibility leading to sensitivity.
Correct.
Because the value you've agreed is medium. So that's an agreed position between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth.
It is.
Okay, so the two differences I want to focus on are one, this susceptibility leading to sensitivity point, and then we'll deal with magnitude. So just to pause then on susceptibility first, well, it's probably helpful to look at the inputs into susceptibility and sensitivity overall in terms of the landscape elements or features that have led to your differing views. So perhaps I could just ask you to say to the inspector what you think are the main differences between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth in terms of how you've assessed the landscape elements or features that build up to a greater conclusion.
Certainly. I think before answering that, I think it's useful just to remind the inspector that through the process of producing the landscape statement of common ground, we've managed to get to a situation where there are only 4 landscape features that are in dispute. 2 of those are in dispute for beneficial reasons and 2 for adverse effects. So the 2 that were in dispute over the adversity of the effect, canopy trees and hedgerows, and looking specifically at susceptibility, I have given a low susceptibility to that landscape feature, whereas Mr. Wadsworth gives a high susceptibility, and in large part he gives a high susceptibility because of the lack of a tree survey, arboricultural protection plan. Now, my position on this is, in terms of susceptibility, it's the ability of the site or the landscape feature to accommodate the type of proposal. So in this case, a solar farm. And one of the things that is evident of a solar farm is that you have to have a setback from trees and other tall features so that you don't have an overshadowing effect. So naturally in the site layout, and this is quite apparent from the site layout plan, there is an inset, if you like, from the site boundary vegetation. You're therefore avoiding the root protection areas of those trees and other vegetation. In addition, the site has very few internal trees, specimen trees. There are very few hedgerow trees within the northern parcel where there are some hedgerows, and there's, I think, only one standalone tree in the southern parcel. In addition, these fields have been arable in use, so they've been ploughed for years. So it is my contention that because of the type of proposal where limited groundworks would be required, limited effect on the root systems, the insetting from the vegetation on the boundary of the sites, ultimately this type of proposal is going to have very little effect on that, so therefore there's a low susceptibility. And I think Mr. Wadsworth overstates the susceptibility as high, and that therefore has a bearing on the overall sensitivity and then ultimately the overall effect, the significance.
Thank you. The second element that you mentioned was native hedgerows and scrub, but there's a smaller difference between you, but a difference nonetheless.
But essentially for the same reasons. So it's again, the insetting from the hedgerow species would protect them in any case. And also I should say that site access is going to be through existing site accesses. So we're not, if this was a residential scheme, you might find there was large swathes of hedgerow being cut out to produce new entrances with visibility displays. So that is not the case here.
Thank you. With that in mind, then, in terms of the overall, is there anything else you want to say about landscape elements sort of adding up to an overall sensitivity and susceptibility assessment?
Well, I think the point is that when you're looking at the overall character of the site, it's in part an assessment of the features, but it's also in part an assessment of some of the perceptual qualities. But you've got to look at the whole. And I think that my assessment of the character of the site is based on that precisely. So partially the features, but partially some of the aesthetic and perceptual qualities that you experience within the site and the immediate vicinity.
Thank you. And in terms of looking at the whole, then, we go to the Natural England Guidance at core document 4.12. Now, this was a document that you've picked up to give us some assistance with defining whether particular characteristics put the site towards the higher end or lower end of susceptibility. Could you just explain, in your view, why or if this is a relevant document?
Yes, absolutely. Susceptibility has been a point of contention within Glivia for some time now. The text within the Glivia book requires you to look at the specific proposal, and that's led some people, some professionals, to double count, if you like, the effects of any specific proposal, because you're looking at the specific proposal in both susceptibility, but then also in the magnitude of effect. So clarification was prepared by a number of experts who sit on the panel that oversees Glivia. That is in the core documents, I should say, as well. Basically, it's based on a seminar where a series of questions were asked. It was a question and answer seminar for practitioners of Glivia. And question 41 in that core document.
So we probably better
probably ought to go
give
to it,
the,
yeah.
go through and give the reference. So,
Shall I find that?
I think it's 4.11. Is it 4.11? So the document immediately prior to the.
Yes, it is. It's 4.11.
Mr. Webster, I think you referred to question 41, which the inquiry will find on internal, paginated page 15 and PDF page 17. and there's the numbering down the left-hand side runs to 41, and the bold title susceptibility. So I interrupt you as you were.
So have you got to that page?
Yeah.
So this was a clarification. I actually watched the seminar, and then a lot of us now carry this booklet that came out afterwards as clarification. So the guidance is that you should be looking at the top, i.e. in this case a solar farm, and then you should be looking at indicators of higher or lower susceptibility. And this point was made by the council yesterday. The table in the Natural England guidance that is referenced in the answer to question 41 at the bottom of the answer. So some examples of indicators of higher and lower susceptibility. Exactly that. It's a sliding scale again, and it's how you calibrate susceptibility. And in my proof, let's find that now. So my proof at paragraph 8.26, I attempt to do that. I mean, one of the key things about Livia is you should be clear and transparent in your approach to judgments and assessments. The council have asserted a high susceptibility for the site as a whole. So I've tried to break down why I disagree with that assessment, and I think it's an overstatement. And oh, sorry, I've got the wrong. Sorry, that's.
So I was just trying to find. I don't think it's an 8.
I think is wrong.
Yes, I
sorry,
think it
I do
is.
apologise.
Yeah.
I think it must be a much earlier
Yes, I was
reference.
looking for bullet points. Yes, it's, do apologise. 6.13. It's the problem with having little tabs that are numbered. Yes, 6.13. So yesterday we talked about whether or not the indicators in this table were appropriate because it specifically references a field scale PV solar farm in Wales, in Anglesey. I think my response would be that the criteria listed on the left-hand side essentially are quite broad-based and applicable to a field-based solar system in most parts of the country. It's perhaps the indicators that need to be tailored, and that's what I've tried to do in response to the site context. And so at paragraph 6.13, I run through the same criteria, but I look at it at a more of an appeal site level and context. And again, I don't specifically at this point state high or low, but I suggest that based on those criteria, my assessment leads me to conclude that the appeal site tends towards the lower end of the scale for that range of criteria. And then having looked at the full range of criteria, it's my judgment that the site does have a low susceptibility, i.e. it can accommodate this particular proposal. However, in my judgment on overall value, I accept that there may be some debate over the level of susceptibility. So instead of saying a low to medium overall value, I take a more precautionary approach and go to medium value, but I tend towards the lower end of the medium value. Again, value is also, sensitivity, a medium sensitivity, but the lower end of that medium sensitivity. Again, sensitivity is also on a gradated scale. So, precautionary approach leads me to a medium overall sensitivity for the site, as opposed to a high sensitivity that the council get to, I think, through in large part an overstatement of susceptibility, given that we're both at the same level for value.
Thank you. And then the other input into effects is the magnitude of the change. So can we skip to that? The difference between you on landscape character in terms of the character of the site is a magnitude of medium versus a magnitude of large. Perhaps you could just give us an overview of your side of things in terms of that debate.
Absolutely. So fortunately we don't have to go much further in my proof to have a look at my consideration of this. It's next section starting at 6.15. Again, I believe the council have overstated the magnitude of effect, but I think to a certain extent understandably, as described yesterday, we're talking about a large-scale proposal over several fields, and it's clear there will be a material change to the appearance of that field. There will be a change to the land use. All that we accept. But again, GLIVIA requires a clear and transparent assessment of magnitude, and the consideration of magnitude requires judgments on three broad topics, and I look at those at 6.18. So it's the scale, so the size, scale, geographic extent of the proposals, the duration and the reversibility. And to assist the inspector, what I've done is make a comparison between the solar farm and a large-scale residential mixed-use development, just to make the point, and again, this is fictional, but it's to make the point that whilst a solar farm might look like a large magnitude of change, you have to have a robust methodology that can deal with a wide range of different types of scheme. And it's clear that a large-scale residential scheme covering a similar geographic extent of the site would nonetheless be a far greater scale and size volumetrically, the infrastructure required, the various other changes in terms of groundworks, roads. I appreciate the comment made by Mr. Wadsworth yesterday. You can obviously incorporate good design into residential development, but nonetheless, the scale of change would be greater than that of a solar farm. And then looking at duration, I completely understand the comment about this being long-term and perhaps council dying before it's completed, which would be unfortunate. But nonetheless, residential development would be longer term still, which takes us into the reversibility consideration. And of course, residential development would be permanent. Of course it would. The solar farm, as we know, is entirely reversible, I think with the exception of the substation, a very small component, but entirely reversible. My research indicates that dismounting a solar farm is really rather easy. It's a relatively trivial thing to do. So when you look at all three considerations that hide under the bonnet of the overall consideration of magnitude, it's simply not reasonable, in my opinion, to conclude that a solar farm would have the same magnitude, i.e. tending towards the very high, or the high, as a residential development. And both Mr. Wadsworth and I are using the same methodology as pointed out yesterday. So the highest ranking is high for magnitude. So I don't believe it's reasonable to say that both have the same level, the same effect of magnitude. It's clear they don't. Hence, I come to the conclusion of a moderate effect.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. Just on reversibility, I don't know whether you'll be able to assist the inquiry with this, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. Yesterday, we had a comment right at the end of the day about the potential for scraping the site before you erected the panels, and thereby reducing the ability of the land to be reinstated to arable use post-solar farm life. Do you know about whether that's something that happens before they install solar panels?
I don't know what scraping means, but I would remind the inspector, of course, this is an arable field, so it's regularly ploughed. What would happen is, post-installation of the solar panels, the the soil, the surface of the soil would be prepared to receive seed for the various grassland treatments that are proposed. So that would be a gentle tithing of what is already an agricultural field to loosen up the soil particles to receive seed. But that's the extent of it.
And as far as you're aware, in terms of reversibility, it's able, is it, to be returned to full arable use after the life of a solar farm, or not?
Fully.
Thank you. Putting the two together then, magnitude and sensitivity, will you just have your comments on your conclusions in terms of overall landscape effects? Absolutely. So I think if you look at the more reasonable conclusions that I propose, so a medium sensitivity for the site with a moderate, a medium sensitivity with a medium magnitude, you get to a moderate adverse for the overall effect on the site. That is significant. You know, we put our hands up at day one, year one. There's a significant effect within the appeal site, but it's a moderate rather than the major asserted by the council. And then over time, as the mitigation strategy starts to take effect and the grasslands mature, the hedgerow enhancement takes effect, the new tree planting matures, the magnitude of effect overall, when you consider the adverse effects balanced by the increasingly positive effects from the mitigation strategy, the magnitude drops and therefore the overall effect reduces as well. So in terms of residual effects at year 15, in terms of character of the site, just the site, you dip exactly. So you drop to minor adverse, in my opinion. So that takes you out longer term. That takes you out of the significance of effect, and that's the point really. The mitigation strategy is not there to eliminate all adverse effects. It's to reduce the adverse effects so that they are essentially acceptable and below the significance threshold, which I believe that is going to be the case unequivocally. Thank you. We focus on the site itself, but how, if you zoom out, at what point do you reach the point where you, and then also Mr. Wadsworth, agrees that the significant effects diminish? So again, in the statement of common ground, I don't think I need to take you to the individual paragraphs. We did cover them yesterday, but it's clear that a lot of progress was made in the landscape statement of common ground. We were able to agree that there'll be no significant effects at a national, a regional, district, or even a local level as a whole. Therefore, the appeal revolves around effects at the site level and the immediate vicinity. Mr. Wadsworth measures the immediate vicinity at a radius of 800 metres. I take a more character-based approach, but the immediate vicinity includes a number of things: arable fields to the north and south of both parcels, arable fields between both parcels, but also the railway corridor. But also to the east, you have the A43 and the marinas, the canal network to the east and running through the middle, and then Gayton, obviously, behind some woodland on the edge of the southern parcel. So definite features within the immediate vicinity, but looking at the overall landscape sensitivity, it's variable. So as you move around different parts of the vicinity, you have higher and lower levels of sensitivity. And I come to the conclusion that overall there's a medium sensitivity, and that's common ground as well, as it happens. Thank you. Where you disagree in terms of the immediate vicinity appears to be magnitude. So you have a small magnitude, and Mr. Wadsworth goes medium-large. Yes, that's absolutely correct. You obviously heard yesterday about Mr. Wadsworth's opinion with regard to the intervisibility between the site and the canal corridor. In my opinion, as you travel down the canal corridor, if you're a boat operator or just a user of the footpath, because of the nature of the canal side vegetation, as you pass the south of the northern parcel,
the first field that you pass is called Field A on our plans. So the fields are labelled A to E, moving from west to east. Again, I can show you on the drawings would be, I think it's actually even on the walking route plan.
It's
Yeah.
it's on the walking route.
So on the walking route plan, sir, so users of the canal corridor would pass to the south of Field A. Field A has a tall hedgerow along the southern boundary, and as we saw yesterday when we looked at the conservation area maps for the canal corridor, all of the important views look to the south, and that's very obviously because there's no views to the north because of the canal side vegetation. You then get to a bridge, a pedestrian bridge, and that's not listed. If you climb up from the canal towpath, so you have to climb up to where the bridge is, you do then get views into the site. That's inevitable. But if you pass below the bridge, you're not looking at the site. There's then a stretch of about 500 metres that we talked about yesterday where the ground drops away. So moving towards the east, towards the marinas along the canal corridor, the land drops away. As you then move towards the marina and the listed bridge, bridge 47, you're then moving through a cutting. So you've got variable levels of intervisibility, but nonetheless, there's a corridor effect produced by the vegetation that channels the view down the canal corridor. And depending on the season, there's currently higher and lower levels of intervisibility given whether the vegetation's in leaf or not. The proposals are to fill up the gaps and to enhance the robustness of that canal side vegetation where it borders the site. And my overall assessment is that whilst there would be some intervisibility at day one, it would not be the focus of users of the canal, particularly those on boats, because they wouldn't necessarily be able to see over the edge of the towpath into the site in completeness. It would be a partial view. They would, I would say, inevitably be more focused on navigating their boat towards the marina. So I don't think the overall effects would be quite as severe as stated yesterday by Mr. Wadsworth. Elsewhere, the immediate vicinity is characterised by the marinas themselves, obviously very active areas, little or no intervisibility from the marina areas you'll see tomorrow with the sites. You've got the road, so you've got Milton Road that leads up to Gayton itself. And when we look at some of the views later in my evidence, you'll see that there is intervisibility, but again it's variable. So sometimes you can see the sides, sometimes you can see the northern parcel, sometimes you can see the southern parcel. And when you go to some of the surrounding arable fields to the north and south, the perception of the appeal site is very, very limited. So in my estimation, with a medium sensitivity, the overall magnitude effect, we take into account all of the different effects which are variable. Overall, it's a small magnitude of effect, and that leads to a minor adverse overall effect, which would be below the threshold of significance.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. I'm going to move on to visual next. And in a similar vein to the evidence suggested by Mr. Wadsworth, I'm just going to focus on the areas of disagreement. But obviously, it's another area in which you've really achieved quite a lot of agreement, so we mustn't lose sight of that. But in terms of the areas of disagreement, I'm going to take them in the same order that I covered them with Mr. Wadsworth, so just to have your mirror evidence to those points. The first group, if I can group receptors like that, is receptors close to or in the site. And I think it might help to have a look at the photos that you've taken in your DW5, as we haven't had them out yet, which seems unusual for landscape evidence. So let's, you've printed them off and they look lovely. Let's get them out. So we are, I think, dealing here with SCP 1, 2 and 6 is the way that you've grouped them in the... it's a sort of fifth box down on receptor viewpoints in the visual assessment table.
Yep.
Annotated as receptors travelling on short distance local LA3 and LA4 footpaths, SCP 1, 6 and 2. So if we start in that order, SCP-1 is, I think you've just mentioned SCP-1 in terms of popping up from the towpath onto the bridge. So if we just have a canter, if we just turn all those three up, and then I'll ask you what your views are in terms of assessing those as a group of receptors. So that's SCP-1. SCP-2, perhaps you could explain just where SCP-2 is.
Yep, certainly. So, firstly, just a quick comment on the first photograph, SCP-1. So that is to the north of the bridge. That's not on the bridge itself. When you're on the bridge, currently, you get a very narrow field of view. So you can only see a glimpsed corner of what is Field A and Field B. These photographs were retaken in response to the Max Askew LVI review, which pointed out that the submitted photos were taken around this time of year, actually, when a lot of the vegetation was in leaf. So these are worst case scenario. So to answer the question, so SCP-2 is taken within Field E, which is the easternmost field within the northern parcel, towards the northwestern corner. There's a barn in that corner, so at that point I was standing with my back to the barn, and that's a panoramic view that takes in the block of woodland that adjoins the northeastern corner of the northern parcel. And what you can see on the horizon line of that view is roadside vegetation along Milton Road, where it passes the marina complex. Just the north of the marina complex, really.
Thank you. So this is the kind of easternmost public right-of-way through the northern site?
Yes, absolutely. Well reminded. It's from the footpath that passes through the Field E, and it takes in basically the wider expanse of Field E.
Thank you. And SCP-6. We're dotting about a bit because SCP-6 we go back over to the western footpath.
Absolutely. As we all know now, there's another footpath that passes through the northern parcel through Field A, and you're looking south in this view from the moment that it enters the site. There are no views, in my opinion, as you approach the site from the north. So you have to clear the riparian woodland to the north of the northern parcel and emerge to get a view of Field A. What you can see on the horizon, again, is the hedgerow vegetation along Milton Road as it approaches Gayton. But it's the hedgerow on the other side of the southern parcel, other side of the road.
So the significance of that being that you can't see both sites at that point.
Well, you can't see the site at this point because it's over the crest of the hill. The southern side is over the crest of the hill.
And obviously the northern side, you are in it at that point.
You are in it in the northern, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the difference between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth is about magnitude on this. You've assessed the year one magnitude as medium and the effect as moderate adverse. Mr. Wadsworth assesses it as a large magnitude of change and a major adverse effect overall. Perhaps I just have your views on that difference.
Yes, so again, magnitude of visual effect is a similar but nonetheless slightly different consideration to that of landscape. Primarily it's duration that changes. So with landscape, a consideration of landscape effect is the duration of the scheme, whereas with visual, it's the duration of the experience. So particularly the view we're looking at now, SCP-6, you're entering field A, and you can see the other side of the field. It's in the middle ground. So you've got a very, very short transition time through the field. So whilst we accept you're going to see the proposed solar farm, you're only going to experience it because of the enclosed nature of the appeal site. You'll only really experience it fully within the site as you enter it, and then when you leave it, and as you'll see tomorrow, so the footpath goes up to Gayton, so you'll have your back to it moving southwards, so you won't experience it once you leave, but obviously heading towards the appeal site, you'll get a variety of views from that footpath, as Mr. Wadsworth accepted yesterday. The views vary in the extent of the site that you can see, but generally speaking, views heading down the footpath towards Field A from Gayton are partial, and intervisibility is reduced by landform, vegetation, and generally you're looking over the railway corridor as well, with a backdrop of Northampton and the M1, the logistics buildings, and movement along the M1 corridor.
Thank you. So we strayed slightly from receptors close to the site, but we'll...
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Carried away.
Why don't we take things slightly out of order then and just finish off that point about sort of mid-range views and SCP-28, because you started telling the inquiry about that journey from Gayton back towards is it RL3, which is the one that goes through the western part of the northern parcel. So we raised this with Mr. Wadsworth yesterday. It's one of the mid-range views from which he assesses a higher change than you do. And SCP-28, if we have a look on any kind of context plan, it's on that journey you were just describing to the inquiry, isn't it? From setting off from Gayton at viewpoint 29. And you take in 29, 28, 8, 7.
Yes, absolutely. If you remember yesterday, sir, there was some discussion about the important views from the Gayton conservation area, and there is an important view identified looking northeast from the edge of the conservation area towards the appeal site. I would argue, because it's an important view from the conservation area, it's a view near the conservation area, which would be viewpoint 29, which we've both agreed there would be no significant effects. As you progress towards the appeal site from view 29 through the horse paddock, you enter another field. So this is the next field on from the horse paddocks, and it's halfway through the field. So it's in the middle of the field. And this is probably the point where the appeal site is, the northern parcel is most visible. And that's in large part because of the elevation. So you're looking over the intervening vegetation. And then, as Mr. Wadsworth accepted yesterday, as you progress downhill, the landform and boundary vegetation does start to limit and reduce indivisibility, such that you either see very partial or partial views of the appeal site.
Thank you. I'll go back to my list. So if we probably makes sense to do the other mid-range viewpoint at this point, which is SCP-14. So on RL, is it RL01?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're still. No, mine's not right now.
Seems to be plugged in and works better than everyone else's. Do we need to get some power cables?
No, it's not plugged in.
Oh, is it
Oh,
not?
it's not. You just got.
Oh, it's just a mirage hidden behind the name badge.
Hidden behind lots of
Apologies.
It's just my,
Are any of those?
just
Is
my
that
luck.
We haven't used these.
Yeah, I've got a bank of them I could try in the long term. Do you want to try this?
Yes, you do wonder whether it might be a battery thing. I assume they're charged overnight, but
The lights.
Well, yours
It's a bit of that.
Yeah, this one's well, we'll have to go.
Well, I've got your duff one now. Oh, no, like, I was...
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
You'll
Okay.
silence your son.
Amazing. I shall not be silent. Right. The other mid-range view, SCP-14, so to the far western extent of I'm looking at the site visit route plan, but you could equally be looking at any of those plans that has the viewpoints listed. We're on a public right-of-way, and this is a point at which Mr. Wadsworth, I think viewpoint 14. I'm just trying to find it in your statement of common ground. I'm not sure where it is on your statement. I'm not actually sure where it is on your statement of common ground. Oh yeah, number 3, receptors travelling on RL1, SCP-14. Mr. Wadsworth says, well, he thought he's changed about whether he was going to be high value or not. So it came down to a medium, but he said it didn't make any difference because he thought it was significant anyway. So what's your assessment on this walk and this viewpoint as being representative of that walk?
Sure. So, yes, I mean, value of view, I think it's now common ground. We think it's medium. So the point I would make about this view is that whilst it is overlooking rural countryside, in similarity to the views on the footpath approaching the northern parcel that we were just discussing, the backdrop to this view is nonetheless the western fringes of Northampton, the M1 corridor, and all the activity and logistics buildings associated with that. So that does have a bearing on how you perceive the view. In addition, I accept that this is a footpath, it is a prescribed walk, but the proposals would form a small part of that wider panoramic view. The panels would obviously be dark in colour, so at this distance, so if you look at the top photo, the contextual photo, what would
So back in the DW5, are we at SCP-14?
Yes, exactly, the photograph itself, the photo sheet itself. You can see it's a small part of what is quite a busy panoramic view, and I think at this distance it would either look like shadow or it would look like potentially water even, but nonetheless a very small part of the overall view. And as you're walking, this is an oblique view from the direction of travel on the footpath. So you'd need to be stopping to look out, which I think, in fairness, you would be doing often. But as we've agreed in common ground, as you move along the footpath, views become more and less intermittent and partial. This is one of the more visible locations, and it's been selected to demonstrate, as far as possible, a worst case effect. I would accept there are possibly worse, but I think it is representative of a near worst case effect.
Thank you. In terms of seeing it, just because both the northern parcel and the southern parcel are annotated on this photograph, I just want to be very clear about what it is when you are looking from this view. What is it that can you see?
No, absolutely. So it is only the northern parcel, and at the time of year that this photograph was taken, the way that the field E, so the eastern field that has a higher elevation to the rest of the northern parcel, that the stubble there gave a slightly yellowish, it made field E more visible than it might otherwise have been. So you can see a clear sort of yellowish tinge, and that is field E as opposed to the other fields. So the slightly darker brown that you can see just to the bottom of that yellowish triangle, that's the remainder of the site. And you can see that a lot of the remainder of the northern parcel is concealed by vegetation, And the southern parcel is completely concealed by Gayton and the vegetation, the dense vegetation that surrounds Gayton. So at this medium to long range, you can only see a part of the northern parcel. And that is what makes a small
Thank you. Just for absolute clarity, obviously that arrow field E, you're pointing at the yellow bit. The green field in the immediate foreground to that, beyond the hedge, is that part of the appeal site or
Absolutely not. That's that's to the west of Wrights Lane, which is it is some distance from the appeal site.
Thank you. I think that's mid-range reviews. We could go. Oh, sorry. We could, while we're out here, I think, and then we zoom back in. While we're out here, we'll do walkers on roads as my next chapter. So we are assisted here, I think, by SCP 21, 22, 23 on Milton Road.
Is
that,
no.
No, is that a wrong reference? Apologies.
Just look at the plan quickly. 27 we need.
Yeah, I've got 27 is Wrights Lane.
Oh, sorry, which one? We want Milton Road.
Milton Road.
Sorry. Yes, so Milton Road, apologies. So 20, 21, and then onwards,
So we'll do Milton Road. We'll come back to Wrights Lane, but I'm just doing them in kind of numerical order. So 2021.
Fair enough. Sorry, I missed it.
No, that's fine. So Milton Road traverses from Gayton down really between the parcels. So we're in between northern and southern parcel. And I think it's sort of common ground between you and Mr. Wadsworth that if you're in a car, this is not significant.
Yeah.
But Mr. Wadsworth takes a point about if you were on foot.
Yes.
So what do you say about that?
Well, firstly, we discussed yesterday that there's no footpaths. There's a reasonable level of traffic movement on this road, such that you do have to pay attention. And I think we all accept that it's not the easiest or most comfortable walking experience. So your attention, I think, is more on the road than it would be on the surrounding countryside. In addition, you can't see at this particular viewpoint. Obviously, you're right next to the southern parcel. So
when you say this particular viewpoint,
which one are you looking at? 20 at the moment.
20,
yeah. So I'm looking at 20. So you've exited the Gayton Conservation Area, and you're now at the edge, the corner. So it'd be the northwestern corner of the southern site, and there's a very small gap in the hedge there, so you can see into the site. That's on the far right of the contextual view. But the majority of the field is obscured by the roadside hedgerow. That I estimate to be about 1.2 to 1.5, probably about 1.5 metres in height. The mitigation proposals suggest that will be increased. So I think if this appeal was to be allowed and the appeal scheme was in place, walkers would not be readily seeing or readily perceiving the appeal scheme from this location. And in any case, it's offset from the northern edge of the southern parcel. So what you would see, if anything, would be the very, very top edge of the security fencing, but I think that would be extremely limited in extent.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to say on Milton Road before we go to Wrights Lane?
Well, the one thing I would say is in Mr. Wadsworth's evidence, he discusses that there are points where you can see both sites, and that would be the next photograph in sequence, so number 21. And we've labelled Field E again, and again, unhelpfully in these, well, helpfully I suppose, because it lets us know where it is. You get a view of Field E, and that again is because of its elevation. And the point I would make is it's again a very small part of the overall panoramic view. We have in the change that was discussed yesterday to the design proposal, we've pulled back the extent of the solar panels in Field E to avoid populating the most elevated parts of Field E. So we try to reduce the exposure of the panels in that field. So hopefully most of that yellowish area would not be populated with PVs. But the visibility of Field E varies as you move along Milton Road. So at some points you can't see it at all, some points you can, like this at this point, but then you might be able to see there's a tree further along Milton Road. As you pass that tree, you then can't see Field E any further, so any longer. So for a short period along Milton Road, you can see the elevated parts of Field E as you're passing the southern parcel.
Thank you. Wrights Lane, sorry.
Yeah.
That's SCP 27. So this is again another difference between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth about roads okay, walkers not okay. Is a very crude way of putting it. And again, your kind of brief comments on this area.
Absolutely. So Wrights Lane leads from Gayton towards Rothersthorpe. It's a wiggly road, I think is the technical description, that leads down towards the canal corridor. It passes over the railway corridor, so there's two bridges, narrow, but there are verges, so you can pull over. Probably a little bit more comfortable to walk along than Milton Road, and probably less traffic generally, but there is still traffic. If you were a walker, I think heading north towards the canal, you would have these panoramic views towards parts of the northern parcel. Again, you wouldn't, well, the extent of the southern parcel is indicated in the contextual view. So again, the point being is that hedgerow is lining the northern edge of Milton Road. So you can't see the hedgerow on the northern boundary of the southern parcel. And so you're looking at the elevated portion Field E again, and I explained we tried to limit the extent of solar panels in that view. So as you move down or northwards on Wrights Lane, bits of the appeal sites, the northern parcel, become more or less visible depending on the vegetation. Again, this photograph's taken in winter, so it's worst case scenario. I think what we'll find on the site visit tomorrow is that not only is the field more concealed, but also the railway corridor. So a detractor in this winter view, but I think, I would have to admit, is probably less of a detractor now in a summer view, in a spring summer view. So general concealment will have increased. And, it's my contention that, let's just double check just to be absolutely clear. 27. Yes, so in the same manner that I described the view from footpath 001, I think it's a small component in the overall panoramic view, which takes in an awful lot of other bits and pieces, including Northampton, etc., etc. So a small magnitude effect, medium sensitivity, we're both on common ground there, so it takes me below the significance threshold. Minor adverse. And there's not much we can do in mitigation, in fairness, given the elevation from this viewpoint. So the mitigation effects probably wouldn't have any effect. So I remain minor adverse in the longer term.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take canal, which is my last receptor on my list, together really with mitigation in this area, because that appears to really be the contention between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth as to visibility and extent to which you can mitigate that with planting, I think it probably makes sense to have the planting strategy plan out. You've got that at DW7, but it is in other places. But if you've got the clip of Mr. Webster's appendices, it's in there, if that's a convenient place to pull it out. No, not that one. It is all
5, 6 and 8.
okay. It is also core document 5.11.
That's right, I'll just pop it up on the screen. It's just it's only the versions of hard copy. Okay.
I haven't written on mine, so if you wanted it. Oh, you're right. No, I don't know it either.
I think that pack that came through yesterday only had 5, 6 and 8. But that's fine.
No, you're absolutely right. Mine's missing as well, because I've been working from 5.11. I hadn't actually clocked that Mr. Webster's appendices are incomplete. But so have you managed to lay your fingers on an electronic?
I've got it.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So if you do want a hard copy, I'm sure we can try and get one.
Actually, I might have the original.
It should be
That is in the core document.
It's in the core.
That's not in that one.
It's not in that one.
It's in the box. I can dig it out.
Yeah,
Is it the same as core document 511?
It is.
Yeah, that's what I'm working off, so.
It is fine, you've got it electronically. It's absolutely
Yes, just if you preferred hard copies, I think we've got spares. If you wanted us to fish one out, that's not a problem.
as long as it's exactly the same as 5.
Oh yeah, it is
just
absolutely the same plan. Yeah. Go on.
You deal with it.
Yeah, go fish. Thank you.
All right. Let's say yes. And then we don't have
Yes,
to
say yes, and then we
discuss
yeah,
it.
then
The music stops because it's just.
Put Mr. President out, Mr. President. No pressure. Et voilà. You haven't spent all that money printing it for nothing.
Yes,
We're
it's
gonna use it.
zero, isn't it? Forgot about that. You're not required to carry on the site visit.
Is that big enough?
Just showing off now.
Glasses for this one.
Right.
Let's
Okay.
hope it's a long point before after all that.
Massive anticlimax. The canal. I'm not going to take us to SCP-10, but so for your note, it's SCP-10. The discrepancy, I think, between yourself and Mr. Wadsworth is again about the scale of change and about intervisibility and whether we can do anything about that.
Yeah.
So, given that we've got the planting, not a planting plan, landscape strategy plan in front of us, could you just explain your approach and your evidence on views and an impact on users of the towpath and canal, please?
Yes, certainly. So, in winter, as you walk along the canal towpath, and that's demonstrated by the viewpoint, you have filtered views along into the northern parcel along a stretch of the canal, and that's approximately 500 metres. It's the point between where you pass the cutting that forms the setting to the listed bridge, Bridge 47, and you're walking westwards towards the pedestrian bridge, the non-listed pedestrian bridge. So once you're out of the cutting and heading towards that other bridge, there's a point where the land falls away and you have filtered winter views. In the summer, so when we go there tomorrow, obviously the hedgerows in leaf. There are nonetheless still gaps, and it's not the thickest of hedges, so there remains open views through the gaps, or framed views, I should say, framed views through the gaps, and some filtered views into the northern parcel, but by and large it's screened and filtered views now because of the leaf vegetation. But I remain of the opinion that users of both the footpath and the canal itself, whilst they would have the potential for views, glimpsed views in the summer into the site, nonetheless the character of that part of the canal, its aesthetic qualities and the corridor effect and the activity mean that your attention would be focused on the canal. I don't think people walk along with their head over their shoulder trying to peer into the northern parcel. They're more looking up and down the canal corridor, and there are obviously more open views to the south once you've passed the pedestrian bridge.
So just in terms of the mitigation plans and Mr. Wadsworth's point of topography, or the landfall away, so he says there's, I think we got to a point of agreement that where it's very dark green shading next to the listed bridge at the far right of this section you're talking about, the far eastern extent, you're in a cutting, and the dark green is what?
So the dark green is proposed woodland planting to reinforce the woodland planting that is in the vicinity of the listed bridge.
And then we carry on westwards, and what is the shade, the hatching that I get to the right hand side?
Yeah, so that's proposed scrub planting. During the deliberation process of the original planning application, I think it was the Inland Waterways and Canal Trust made the point of their concerns about intervisibility between the canal corridor and the northern parcel. So this scrub planting was introduced, and whilst it looks like a fairly narrow band in plan, obviously you've just seen how big the plan is, the actual depth of that scrub planting is fairly considerable. So at the narrowest point, when you're exiting the cutting, so by the dark green, that's about 10 metres in depth, 10 to 12 metres in depth. And then by the time you get to the field boundary, that's more like 20, 25 metres in depth.
And what about Mr. Wadsworth's point about species mix and that the ability to achieve height?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So again, this, as you pointed out, this is a landscape strategy plan. It's high level. It's there to demonstrate intent. When you're looking at the mitigation, so trying to limit intervisibility between the canal corridor and the site, you've also got to bear in mind the purpose of the appeal scheme. So it's a solar farm, and be aware of overshadowing. So you've got a balance when you're looking at the functionality of the site and the mitigation, but also you've got to look at the character. So what we're trying to do is reinforce what's there in any event. So I accept that the species listed in the scrub mix are exactly that. They're a scrubbier, or generally scrubbier species. The Corylus, the Crataegus, so a number of those species that form the existing species within the hedgerow are replicated, and they would over time grow to about 6 to 8 metres. I think that's common ground as well. I don't think we're arguing the height of the species. So on sloping ground, there would still be the ability to look over into the northern parts of the northern parcel. But my argument is that, two points to make. the depth of that planting means that you're reducing the intervisibility, even in winter. Just the density of 20 metres, additional 20 metres depth of planting, it's going to have a screening effect in its own right. That will be further increased in summer as that planting comes into leaf. And obviously as it matures, it will grow higher and higher and screen more and more of the northern parcel. Nonetheless, some of the northern parcel, so the fields in the northern parts of the northern parcel may still remain visible. But as I said, this is a strategy plan, so as we, should the appeal be allowed, as we work through a landscape condition, what I would expect from the council is they would expect from us that we would provide them with evidence that we can mitigate the adverse effects as we're suggesting. So we would offer up sectional appraisals from this part of the canal corridor to look at sight lines, and there is the opportunity where there's any particular sensitivity to introduce taller species, but in a way that doesn't affect adversely the functionality of the proposed scheme. So it may be the case that we might have to add in additional tree species to screen more fully the northern parcel. That might require a slight rejuggling of solar panels within the scheme to accommodate those trees. But I think that's a level of detail that could be addressed within a condition. And I'm not suggesting increasing solar panels there, just to be absolutely clear. It would be moving them so that they are outside of the overshadowing of any trees that are introduced.
Thank you. Mr. Wadsworth's last point on mitigation was not really about this point, so I'll leave canal for now, but sticking with mitigation as a theme, Mr. Wadsworth was taken in re-examination dealing with, I think it was Milton Road, and the ability for the landowner, or the intention expressed by the appellant, to let that hedge grow to considerably in excess of its current 1.5 metres-ish height to something more like 2 to 3. And Mr. Wadsworth's evidence was, and I apologise for paraphrasing, that would essentially cause problems in and of itself because it was atypical of the landscape character. Perhaps I could just take you to paragraph 4.15 of your proof, and we could just have your comments on whether letting these hedges grow tall is actually doing more harm than good in this instance, or not.
Yes, so just turning back a page, this is the my coverage of the South Northamptonshire Landscape Character Assessment, so a published landscape character assessment that looks at the rural areas.
So which paragraph?
So I'm going to go to 4.15. I'm just introducing the context. So it's a published landscape character assessment of the rural areas. The site falls within a character area called Undulating Hills and Valleys. And you'll see at 4.15, I've underlined some of the sort of elements in that characterisation that I think apply to either the site or the wider surrounding area. And you'll see near the bottom, it underlined narrow winding lanes, often bordered with strong, tall hedgerows. Then down at paragraph 4.19, it basically reiterates that. If you read through the character assessment for this landscape character type, 4 times I think when I did a sort of a search on this, it is reiterated that the narrow winding lanes leading to villages like Gayton are often bordered by dense the dense network is bordered by tall hedgerows, and it's often the case that you have a tall hedgerow on one side and a lower hedgerow on the other side. So as you travel along roads in the area, you have a mixture of open and enclosed views to your left or right as you're driving along. So I think increasing the hedgerow height, either along Milton Road as it passes the southern parcel, or along Milton Road where it passes the northern parcel, so to the east. The strategy plan suggests raising the hedgerow height, 2.5 or 3 metres. I would suggest that's to a maximum of 3 metres, because what we don't want to do is detract from open views where they're still potentially available, well, they're still available and would be a positive character, a positive feature in the overall scheme. So I think it would be utterly within character to increase the height of the hedgerows to provide a degree of screening to the proposals.
Thank you. Mr Webster, I've reached the end of my list of questions about visual effects, and therefore the end of my questions for you, other than if you've got anything else you want to add about your visual conclusions as a whole and sort of in the round.
Just rattle them off. Yeah. Yes, I mean, I think just in conclusion, the character assessment that we've just been looking at reiterates that woodland is generally sparse in the area. It notes that the railway corridor is. I can take you to this reference if you want, sir, but it's within one of the core documents. Would you like to go there?
Finish the point, I'll see where we're
Okay, so the character assessment says that woodland is generally sparse in the area. The disused railway to the southeast of the southern parcel is a noted area of woodland. The canal corridor itself is also noted for its vegetation. Indeed, as has been pointed out, it's also designated a green infrastructure corridor. There is also riparian woodland to the north of the northern parcel along the little stream there, and there are 2 blocks of cultivated woodland, one to the northeast of Field E that we've been talking about, and also another block on the very the very west of the northern parcel, so near Bridge 45. So that gives a good general containment to the site overall, which I think is one of the really strong positive features that suggest it's got a low susceptibility, i.e. a good ability to accept this type of scheme, in particular because where there are hedgerows, so the southern parcel is a single large field without any internal hedgerows. In the northern parcel, where there are hedgerows, they're generally unmanaged, but generally without hedgerow trees. So there's pretty good internal exposure within both parcels, which is beneficial to a solar farm. So overall, concluding that, there's a very limited visual envelope, as we've been discussing. We've only really looked at 2 medium-range viewpoints. Otherwise, you're into very localised, i.e. within the site or on the edge of the site. The landscape overall is not valued in terms of MPPF. We agree on that. There are no landscape designations. I find in my own appraisal that because of the vegetated corridor along the canal, there would be a very limited harm to the landscape setting of the conservation area. There are very few residential views. I think only one where I think there would be an issue, and that's overlooking from Sand Landing. I think it's just called Sand Landing, isn't it? Yeah, Sand Landing Wharf. We will pass that tomorrow on the site visit. But essentially, that's a view out the back of the house because it faces onto the canal corridor. And of course, 86% of the appeal site is lower quality agricultural land. It's outside of BNV with a grid connection. And the scheme itself won't have any lighting because it's not proposed to have any CCTV. So I think there's a very wide range of positive considerations here that make this site entirely suitable for the proposals.
Thank you very much, Mr Webster. I don't have anything for you. I'm sure Mr Richards will.
Ms Hall, thank you very much. 11:20. Should we take a 10-minute break, Mr Richards, before we...
I was going to suggest that if you've got your eye on the clock. Yeah.
No, that's very helpful. 11:30, please. We'll come back. We'll have the cross-examination of Mr. Webster. I'll see you all back here at 11:30.
I'm going to not speak to David actually.
Completely not.
Yeah, I think we moved them. I'm not sure where they've got to.
I saw you play musical mics during the session.
I don't know what we did with the ones that came up.
Yeah.
So do you
We
need
swapped
them?
around, so they seem to be working better now.
Do you not need any more, or
I think if those two just be repaired
Swapped.
as backups,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
That'd be great.
We swap the units. Yeah.
Thank you.
Southern, this is southern, so those two are northern parts, so here's southern parts. There's nothing here.
Yeah, not bad. How's it going? Yeah, good. Good. This is
295. So they're all northern parcels. So what have we got as the southern parcel? Because that's because Milton Lane is talking about, wasn't it? Milton Road. Right.
Yeah, I'll get a cup of tea. Thank you. Appreciate that.
well, hopefully these will work.
One, one, two, one, one, two. That's
Do you want it
working.
higher? Do you want it turning up?
Volume's okay. One, two. Yeah.
Cool. Lovely.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Right.
See you later.
the moment, thank you. Did you get me a cup of tea?
Did you say you want? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I thought you said no.
Oh, no, I did say yes.
Did you? Right,
Yeah.
okay, no.
That's
Sorry.
all right. That's
Do you
great.
want actual tea or green tea or?
No, actual tea would be lovely, thank you. Just a tiny splash of milk. Thanks.
Have you got everything?
Right, Nick's getting tea, thanks.
Well, he's just chatting actually.
Yeah, I know. We came waltzing back in without the tea.
My plan would be to be here virtually, so I can
Right,
jump in if there's anything. I mean, if I have
Thank you very much. Perfect.
if I need to be here, I will, but
Yeah.
for the sake of just getting home.
No, yeah, I get it.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. You need to take the train, you know.
Thank you.
It's just me.
Well, this time, not in the summer. But you're fine. You go to that. All good.
It's just me.
I'm surprised that Harriet would probably bring that up. She might ask me to actually have that, so you can suspect half five children. Something like that, something stupid like that. Yes.
You can also do Portsmouth.
Portsmouth.
Bar.
Apparently this won't turn off.
Won't turn off.
It won't turn off.
I don't think the inspector wants that.
If I trade you for that one,
So I would have to press it off to
Yeah.
make it turn off.
yes. So basically the 3 minutes.
Yes.
Apparently, I'm not sure
All
about
right.
it.
Okay, that's great.
The 3 minutes should just not be. I know once you start speaking, it's quite annoying to then sort of look at all the lights off. So,
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Where are you from, really? You're not Leeds, are you? Because you're King's.
I came,
Do you know how you used King's Streams last time you did that deal in like 2016? It was. No, it wasn't. It was Barcelona, but it was like a player lecture.
is it raining?
Politics. Nick, you don't know.
Do I know? That's a very broad question. Do I know?
Do you know?
Some things yes, other things
Who
no.
did we use in politics over You weren't around like that.
We was-
Do you even know that? Yeah. So
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Mr. Richards, I'm going to hand over to you to see whether you have any cross-examination for Mr. Webster.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Webster. To begin with some scene-setting points before we go into the detail. And when we get to the detail, I'm going to adopt the taster menu approach of my learned friend and go through things roughly in the same order that she did, so that it helps the inspector's note-taking and cross-referencing. First of all, I see from paragraph 1.1 of the LVIA, that's core document 1.24a, you may not need to get it out, that your firm first became involved in this in April 2021?
Yes.
And was that you personally? I mean, have you lived and breathed this since it first came across the Barton Wilmore desk, as it were?
No, I wasn't the author of the LVIA.
Right. Okay. And then we can see from the design and access statement at paragraph, which is core document 1.3, which I cannot get now to open on my screen. Yes, core document 1.3, please, and paragraph 4.1.3.
Yeah.
We can see that it was in April, 7th of April 2021, that a formal pre-application consultation request was made to the council, and the response was in May.
Yes.
In other words, by the time that Barton Wilmore got involved in April 2021, the die was cast. The site had been selected.
From the perspective of the author of the LVIA, yes, they would have received a scheme to assess.
And therefore, when we read in the design and access statement at paragraph 5.5.1, under the heading evaluation,
yes,
in response to the assessment, an overall concept following specific criteria were established to guide the detailed design of the development site. Detailed design. Propose a design that's sensitive to the open countryside location. That was all in the context of the site having been already selected without, it would appear, any expert landscape input. The expert landscape input was to produce a design on a pre-selected site.
I can't really comment. Our involvement started, as pointed out. What I would say is it's entirely possible that there was landscape advice given to my client as part of the site selection process. I simply don't know, but evidently one of the key things you need to start the process is a network connection. There's no point going any further if you can't have a network connection. And as I explained at the very end of my evidence, there are some clear characteristics that my client, being an expert in any case in locating suitable sites, would have recognised potentially without expert landscape advice. But I can't really comment because we only got involved ourselves, as you say, in May of 21.
Okay. Now, the other thing that's unexceptional about this scheme is that the proposal is for a 49.72 megawatt facility, and that is just underneath the 50 megawatt threshold,
Yeah.
which we all know is the threshold for an NSIP. And again, do you know whether any consideration was given to a smaller scheme, or so far as Barton Wilmore Landscape is concerned, were you being asked to comment on a scheme just under the 50 megawatt threshold because that was the scheme, the size of scheme that was required?
I couldn't comment, to be honest. I wasn't involved.
Okay. I mean, if we look at in the design and access statement at paragraph 6.5.1,
Yes.
we can see that the scale and massing of the proposed development responds to the following factors. The scale in terms of land take is required in order to make the scheme viable.
Yeah, I see that.
So you don't know whether or not landscaping was on the radar at this stage, but that might suggest that it wasn't.
Again, I don't know specifically, but my client looks at a wide range of sites, and the inherent landscape characteristics of any site that they're looking at would be a consideration as they're making their assessment about sites to pursue, projects to pursue. So I don't think it's right to say that landscape's not a consideration. It obviously is. Sensitive location of these schemes is paramount, and my client would be well aware of that.
Yeah. And then if we go back to the LVIA, which will be more familiar territory for you,
Yep.
Paragraph 1.3,
Yep.
where we read the LVIA process has been used to inform the design of mitigation included with the proposed development, with the aim of avoiding or reducing adverse land impacts and visual effects. Again, that suggests that landscape professionals have been brought in to inform mitigation rather than a decision in principle as to whether or not this is in inverted commas, a good site for this scale of solar farm.
No, I disagree with that. You're required as a professional to provide objective advice. So if we felt the scheme was unsuitable, we would inform our client.
Okay. All right. Again, as an overall view, if we look at paragraph 2.16 in the LVIA,
yes.
The study area is fairly well, the words used are fairly well served by a network of public rights of way as shown in figure 1, and then notably including the following.
Yeah.
Those are a combination, aren't they? Firstly, of long distance walks, the Northamptonshire round, and even a national long distance walk for the serious walker.
Yes, absolutely.
With proper boots and ski poles and
Correct. I would agree with that.
the like. But also the public footpath network around the three local villages with which we are principally concerned. There are a myriad of shorter walking routes which people might do morning and evening to walk the dog, for example.
Yes, there are.
Those shorter walking routes are in future, if this scheme is approved, going to present solar panels in the landscape where previously there are open agricultural fields.
Yes, so there's a couple of points raised there. So longer distance walks, except that's going to be for the serious walker. And it's notable that the Ramblers Association have not raised any objections, just commentary that one of their long distance walks passes by but is unaffected by the scheme. In terms of shorter distance walks, perhaps the most crucial, I think Mr Wadsworth and I would agree, is the walk from Gayton towards the northern parcel. That's the walk where you walk down into the canal corridor. And I have to say, when I visited site for the first time, I was walking towards Gayton, so I crossed over the railway bridge. I then got lost because I couldn't discern a desire line in the field. And as a dog walker, I'm very aware that routes that people walk, regularly, you get a desire line created, an obvious route created through the field, and that wasn't visible when I first visited the site, and we had to look quite hard for the style. So yes, footpaths will go through the scheme, but I do question how widely used those footpaths are.
Is that the desire line from our viewpoint 1 to 6? Is that what you're talking about? To the eastern edge of Field A? Or are you talking about the...
Sorry, where are you?
I'm at the boundary between Field A and Field B.
Oh yes, sorry.
Where's the lack of a desire, the lack of a discernible desire line? Which of the two footpaths through the northern site is it? Is it the western one, point 1 to point 6, or is it the eastern one?
It's the western one.
Right. So from where you drop down off the unlisted footbridge.
Yes, but I'm heading towards Gayton.
Yes, you're all... I've noticed that, Mr. Webster. You're always doing things in the opposite direction to me. When I think about the canal walk, I always think about east to west, whereas you've always thought about it west to east. Okay. Yes. So, for example, a resident of Gayton going on a local walk, a choice of heading up past viewpoint 27 up to viewpoint 26, and then back along the canal, that sort of choice.
Hang on, sorry, let me just...
Have a look at the walking route.
Oh, yeah, right, I see what you mean. So 27 towards the canal.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then gets to the canal at point 26.
Yes.
If feeling particularly energetic or not late for work, head on towards point 13. Otherwise, turn along the canal and then come back again.
Yep.
Or there's an option of a walk point 29, 28, 8, 7 to the canal. Or there's Milton Road 29, 20, 21, 11.
Yep. Well, 29 you're off Milton Road.
Yes.
You're in. But yes, I
but if you're heading from Gayton.
If you wanted to, you could walk down Milton Road. Yeah.
And then also, if you want to use a combination of country lanes, there would be a walk from Gayton along Milton Road 20 and 21, and then turning right onto the footpaths just before the railway line and doubling back via the country lane at viewpoint 24, 25 and so on, and then home that way to Gayton. A circular route.
I'm sure there's any number of different combinations you could use, yes.
And reading the evidence of the local people, these footpaths and country lanes appear to be reasonably well used.
I didn't see many people on I've been to site 5 times, I believe. I haven't seen many people other than on the canal tow path. There are more people out walking dogs towards Rothersthorpe, but I'm not going to disagree with local residents, though.
All right. Yes, and at Rothersthorpe there is an obvious round walk that takes you through the western end of the appeal site and then back, and then north again home through the eastern end of the appeal site.
Absolutely, the rounds walk. Yeah.
The rounds walk, yeah. So more walkers on those roads, did you see? On the round walk, did you see?
Well, it's a prescribed route, so
Yeah.
you would assume that there would be more people on it. I've yet to witness that, but I would presume so because there's a website advertising it.
Yeah. And then lastly, before we look at the points of detail, in the LVIA at paragraph 4.35, so we're in the chapter of dealing with landscape character,
Yeah.
and then we're in the section dealing with published landscape character receptors,
Yeah.
and we come to this, and then the section dealing with local landscape character, 4.35 and onwards. An assessment of the receptor's value, susceptibility and resultant sensitivity to development of the type proposed has been set out in the Northampton Urban Fringe Landscape Character and Sensitivity Study. This is not an urban fringe landscape, is it?
No.
No. It just so happens that a study of that name extended this far south from Northampton. No doubt there are what we would agree would be urban fringe landscapes closer to Northampton.
Yeah, but I believe from memory this is assessing residential developments, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, we're going to come to that in a moment. And it comes to a conclusion on susceptibility and therefore sensitivity, which both the LVIA authors and you in your proofs have said in terms, but we have got development that is, in inverted commas, lower, up to 2.8 metres high worth of solar panels, as opposed to residential development.
Sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
Yes, and that the proposition that you advance and the LVIA advances, see, for example, paragraph 4.44.
4.44C.
4.44 in the LVIA.
Yeah.
However, due to the low height of the proposed development, in comparison to other types of development which the study would have taken into account, the susceptibility of the Gayton LLCA to the type of development proposed is considered to be low.
Yes, that's
as opposed to, see paragraph 4.42, the study, 4.43, sensitivity judging to be high.
So we've just looked at susceptibility versus sensitivity to two
Yes.
different things.
No, well, yes, and then 4.45, the sensitivity of the Gayton LCA to the type of development proposed is considered to be, contrary to the judgment study, to be medium high.
As such, the sensitivity.
But the point is that what you're saying is that in terms of sensitivity and therefore in terms of susceptibility, no, sorry, the other way around, in terms of susceptibility and therefore in terms of sensitivity, the judgment that you've reached is that it's lower than the study reached because of the proposed height of the development.
That's certainly how it reads, yes.
Yeah. Now, what Mr. Wadsworth said yesterday was that, well, housing development is generally higher than solar panel development.
Yeah.
But there are other features of housing development commonly present, such as the built form being interspersed with street trees, other amenity landscaping features that distinguish it from the characteristic almost total field cover of solar panel development, because you don't want trees and whatnot in with solar panels for overshadowing reasons.
Yeah.
So there are swings and roundabouts, aren't there?
Well, again, you have to assess each proposal on its merits. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, so far as that is concerned, this morning you told us was that one of the features of the site that enabled it to accommodate a solar farm was that it didn't have many such trees either inside the fields or even boundary trees.
No, inside there are boundary trees.
Yeah.
But the point I was making is there's it's a relatively open internal appeal site, so that is beneficial
Yes.
from a solar perspective.
Because if we look at, for example, and my screen's just frozen again, but if we look at CD 5.11, which is the landscape plan, the landscape strategy plan,
Yeah, yeah.
we can see the effect of a single tree in the southern parcel, can't we?
Yes. Yes. You can.
That single tree in the sort of bottom part of the southern parcel, in effect, to the north of it, well, to the east, west and north, it has an area without any panels.
It's a significant tree. I believe it's an oak from memory.
Yeah, but that's the effect of significant trees, isn't it? In
Correct.
effect, you have with the sun rising, the noonday sun, and then the sun setting, there's an awful lot of shadowy area where presumably people who know about solar panels think, well, it's just not worth putting them.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And then, and so when we're talking about boundary trees, again, they could have a similar impact if they were too tall or whatever, couldn't they?
They do, and I know that for a fact, because when we proposed the additional changes that the inspector has accepted, we had to move some of the panels to accommodate the additional tree planting. So that is certainly the case.
Yeah. So if we then switch our attention to the northern parcel, obviously tree planting on the northern boundary unlikely to affect the northern parcel very much, because all the shadows will be the right way so far as the solar panels are concerned.
Yeah.
So the key sensitivity is the southern boundary.
Yes.
And what you don't want is tall trees on the southern boundary, because if you get them, that again reduces the area for solar panels. And we can see that through is it a brook of some sort that runs along the boundary between fields B and E?
Yes, there is a watercourse
Yeah,
along the western
and
edge of
obviously
field
with
E.
some riparian vegetation in it,
Yeah.
which has caused, in effect, the panels to be pulled back from that feature to
Yes.
the east and west of that feature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we're talking about further boundary planting, particularly on the southern side of the northern parcel, in order to mitigate views from the canal, for example, there's an inherent tension, isn't there, between a desire to plant to mitigate walkers' amenity and a desire not to impact on the solar panels to, from the operator's point of view, inappropriate extent.
Yes, I mean, I touched on that in my evidence. You have to take a balanced view when it comes to the mitigation.
Yes. And what's the status? Well, perhaps you don't know, and if you don't, then it might be a question for Mr. Pleasant to pick up on. What's the status of this plan? Because when you were giving your evidence in chief, we can see that although there is on the plan native woodland mix, talked about hedgerow mixed, talked about scrub mix, talked about, and in evidence in chief you were talking in particular about the scrub mix. You were told, well, at the detail stage, the discharge of a condition, we might be able to alter that mix. So is it the intention that that mix at the moment in the tables on this plan is simply illustrative at this stage?
Yes, it's an indicative mix based upon the existing species mix. As noted in the title block, it is a strategy plan to inform the decision makers about the intent, and that's based upon the mitigation that we feel is required to reduce any significant effects below that threshold to the point where they would be acceptable in the overall planning balance. It is the case that we would expect a condition to arise from this scheme being allowed at Peel. At that point, we would be able then to do the appropriate survey work to work out where there are gaps, where there are particular sensitivities, and so when we would, at the later stage to discharge the planning condition, a series of detailed planting plans would follow, indicating a more detailed and thought through species mix that would correspond to studies that would look at view lines from sensitive locations.
Yeah, okay. So
and it would have to then balance with the functionality of the overall scheme.
Yeah, okay. Understand the species mix point. But then if, for example, we look up at field A in the western end of the northern parcel, we can see that we have got an area within that field shown where the panels are. Mm-hmm. And then we've got, I think, what is scrub planting indicated around the southern, western and northern edge. Is that right?
I think it's wildflower planting in that area.
Oh, wildflower.
Beyond the security fencing, yeah, that's
right.
Wildflower planting.
So my question is the position of the security fencing being approved now, or is that too up for debate at the detail stage? Do you know? And if not, can Mr. Pleasant please tell us in due course?
I would say yes, it is in place. Clearly, if there was an issue that was insurmountable without moving the security fence, then that's a discussion that could be had at the discharge of condition stage. But yes, I mean, I wouldn't expect the security fencing to move at this stage.
Right.
I can't envisage any further mitigation that would require the change to the security fencing.
Yeah, okay. And then, again, just so that the inspector can have a flavour of what can be achieved by scrub planting, which is indicated, as we know, along the northern side of the canal. In the text, immediately to the right of the native woodland mix details. Oh, you might need your magnifying glass out.
I could just about read it, yeah.
I'm about to blow up my screen. But note, we can see a subheading, long-term management plan, with 6 points underneath it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read the fifth one under the heading scrub?
All scrub planting to be thinned on a 2-year rotation rate to promote new growth. Hedge planting to be reduced to a minimum of 2 when necessary to prevent. Yep, I can read that.
Okay, so whereas scrub, you told us this morning, might grow to 6 metres or so.
Yep.
It looks as though the intent is to keep it down to 2 metres, is that right?
Where necessary.
Right. In other words, the needs of the panels will come above, in the pecking order, the needs of the canal side walkers. That appears to be what
well,
is being indicated
there's obviously
there.
a location where there aren't panels, and I'm looking at the field boundary between fields B and D, where there's clearly a reduced number of panels. There's an adjacency between the panels and the woodland, the enhanced woodland planting. My attitude would be, if it works, to have the proposed native woodland planting, that's in the area of the cutting. So that has been gone through the testing that my client would have performed in terms of overshadowing. If you can have an adjacency to a panel to proposed woodland planting, then I don't imagine there would be that much problem with scrub planting that is, in any case, further away from the panels. So I can't give you a conclusive answer because I don't know the details of how the overshadowing is calculated. I imagine it's just looking at the height of the vegetation and the angle. The point being that there's existing hedgerow that is of a significant height, and that the intention of the scrub planting is to reduce but not eliminate adverse effects along the 500-metre stretch of the canal where the land drops away.
Yes. And all that, again, too, subject to Mr. Wadsworth's point about the canal in that area is on an embankment, and therefore there is a lowering.
Yes, yes, I mean, we do accept that. The point is, of course, this will be dealt with at the condition stage, so we would have to satisfactorily mitigate these effects, you know, for it to perform.
All right. Now, the other matter, well, one other matter that you told us about under the general heading of susceptibility and sensitivity in the very start of your evidence in chief this morning was that using the existing field accesses for construction purposes was a good thing.
Yeah.
But it is right, isn't it, that those existing accesses are going to have to be widened? Particularly on the southern parcel, in order to get the HGVs in, because that's where the cross-decking is going to go on to smaller vehicles to get the material from the...
Yeah, during the construction period there's an area, an offloading area, yes.
Yes, but although the proposal is to use existing field accesses, those field accesses are going to have to be widened in order to make them accessible to the construction traffic.
Yes, so there's a construction effect. I was commenting on the longer term operational effect. So where, for construction purposes, hedgerow is removed, it would be replaced.
Okay. And while we're on construction, the estimate is for a 36-month, that's to say 3-year, 36-week, yes, construction period, which is 6, 7, 8 months, roughly.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And were you saying that this morning that decommissioning would take the same period, roughly the same length of time?
I simply
or?
don't know the answer to that.
Right, okay.
I'd imagine less, actually, but
Okay.
I don't know.
And, well, I suppose that if decommissioning could be less than 36 weeks, but construction, I don't know, with most things, can have a tendency to overrun, so they probably balance each other out if we...
Couldn't comment.
Yeah.
Not my field. Then can we go to your proof, please, at 6.13? Yes.
Again, this is in the section of your proof under the heading of sensitivity, which begins at paragraph 6.7. And there you are making observations on a series of criteria, I guess, which, as you tell us in 6.14, affects the correct, in your view, assessment of sensitivity and susceptibility and therefore sensitivity.
Yes, absolutely.
And you say in the first bullet point at 6.13, the field pattern at the appeal site is that of large-scale fields. Now, I might agree with you in respect of the southern parcel, but the northern parcel is not large-scale fields, is it?
I think the fields towards the east of the northern parcel are large scale. I think that the point here is it's open to debate. It's based upon what you normally perceive as large or small. I come from the weald and medieval landscape, so anything above a tiny field looks large to me. So I accept that there is wiggle room in the consideration of field size, hence the reason I take a precautionary view for overall sensitivity. But I would suggest to you that other than field A, they're pretty large fields.
Okay. Are they irregular? Are they part of an irregular field pattern? Because you seem to suggest in the next sentence the appeal site does not demonstrate a mosaic of complex and irregular field patterns.
No, I don't. They're not regular, but I don't think they fall into what I would call a mosaic pattern.
Okay. Well, the inspector has got some air photographs.
Of course.
And
But again,
and you've got Google Earth.
absolutely. But this is one of a number of criteria. And again, as you discussed yesterday, it's a sliding scale between higher and lower. And so basically, you're a bit like in a music studio. You're shifting the buttons around to get an overall conclusion on susceptibility.
Okay. And then, as far as landform is concerned, you tell us it's generally flat, lowland landscape that's generally uniform and featureless beyond the poorly maintained internal field partitions. And whilst I would agree with you that fields A, B, C and D are generally flat, as you yourself indicated, field E does rise, and I would suggest is not generally flat.
No, I agree. Field E has got rising.
And then the southern parcel, as any look at a contour map will show us, is definitely not generally flat.
Yeah, that is certainly true. The contentious part of the appeal scheme seems to have been the northern parcel, though, so the focus of this was more on the northern parcel.
Okay. I don't know what that will do for the blood pressure in Gayton, but okay.
No, accept that, yeah.
And then again, land cover, appeal site comprising of large-scale arable fields. The large scale is your same point again. But there is at least agreement that they're arable rather than pastoral.
Yes, absolutely. As opposed to at the other end of the scale, you know, a more natural environment. You know, this is a man-made, farmed environment.
Yes, but man-made some time ago. I mean, even the medievals had to grow stuff to eat.
Yeah,
I assume.
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, all landscape.
In England, all landscape is generally
Man-made.
touched by the hand of man, yes.
Yeah. And as you've indicated before, it's those sorts of differing judgments that cause you and Mr. Wadsworth at the higher level to reach different judgments on sensitivity and indeed on magnitude, with the solar farm having a different magnitude to a housing estate point.
Yes, I mean, again, I go back to the point that there should be a clear and transparent assessment, and I think I've been clear and transparent about how I've reached my conclusions. I don't think Council's evidence is clear and transparent, it's just stated. Okay.
Let's dip in then to the tables now in the centre common ground, please. And setting aside the differences on sensitivity, which we've just discussed, so far as the impact on the at a site level, that's the and I'm going to get on the second page of table 1. So looking at landscape character, the character of the site.
I'm with it.
And then immediately beneath it, the character of the immediate vicinity, which I think, have we reached agreement that comprises the site and about 800 metres or so around it? Is that
well, I said in my evidence that my consideration of the vicinity was more character-based, but I don't think it's unreasonable to conclude 800 metres.
What we can see there is that there is, whereas Mr. Wadsworth says at a site level, 2 major adverse impacts.
Yes.
Driven in no small measure by the magnitude he adopts as being large, whereas you have a medium magnitude at year 1 and a small magnitude at year 15.
So his conclusions on overall effect
are
the result of a high sensitivity and a large magnitude, which is basically the highest point on the scale for both considerations, which I think is unreasonable for this type of development.
Indeed, but if we go to the appendix to the LDIA, or your proof appendix 1, where the methodology is, can we just go to having a look at the definitions of magnitude? It's table 1.3.
Yep.
And you tell us in the build-up in paragraph 121, it's a matter of professional judgment.
Yes.
But the criteria for large is first of all a pronounced change. So the first thing we're asking is the change pronounced as opposed to partial or limited? Yeah?
That's what it says.
And then the second judgment that we're looking at is, does it or might it affect an extensive area? And at a site level, that's an extensive area of the site, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it means in this term, yes. Yeah.
And then the change may be long-term or maybe irreversible.
Sorry, so I just want to correct myself, sorry, in what I just said. So we're looking at a summary table, if you like.
Yeah.
If you follow the Glivier guidance, as I explain in my evidence, under the bonnet of magnitude, there are a number of different, there's 3 different considerations, but scale is broken down into a number of different things. And there's certainly the case that it's the extent of the appeal site that's covered or affected, but also geographic extent is one of the considerations. So I need to correct myself there. So geographic extent in terms of the wider environment is also a consideration.
But Mr. Wadsworth has agreed with you that there isn't an issue over an impact on a wider extent.
Yep.
But when you're assessing the site level, my simple question to you is if at the site level we're considering the magnitude of change, and the quiz question is it a limited, partial or pronounced change that will result? The answer is obvious. It's going to be pronounced, isn't it, at the site level?
I disagree. I've broken down at, section 6.15 onwards, how I've come to my conclusion that it's medium. And I've done that in a clear and transparent way.
That I understand. And what I'm trying to do...
But I mean, I think simply, playing a word lottery isn't helping the inspector.
No, well, let's be clear. You've made your assessment. Mr. Wadsworth has made his assessment. And the inspector will in due course make an assessment, assisted either considerably or not at all by either of your assessments.
Indeed.
But as a sense check, if the inspector wants to ask himself the question, well, Mr. Webster's telling me that that the magnitude of change to the character of the site at year 15 is going to be small, which I think is what you're telling him in table 2. And I understand from Mr. Webster's LVIA methodology, table 1.3, that small is characterised by limited changes. And even in year 15, the character of the site is not going to have undergone a limited change, is it?
What you then have to bear in mind is the positive influences of the proposed mitigation, and that includes all of the wildflower, grassland planting that surrounds the panels. So I think there's a temptation just to think of the panels sitting in isolation on the either bare ground or close cropped ground. The reality is, outside of the security fencing, you're going to have quite tall wildflower planting, and within, depending on the management process followed, you're going to also have quite tall grasslands, but cut in a way that it doesn't overshadow the panels. So the panels are going to, once the mitigation planting as a whole reaches maturity, the panels will be more embedded in the landscape. So the overall effect, overall magnitude of effect would reduce.
All right. I won't pursue that. I think the inspector's got the point. The other point in magnitude that's mentioned is duration.
Yes.
And you made the point this morning that, well, residential would be permanent and these aren't permanent, and therefore therefore that was an indication that it shouldn't be again a large magnitude, because there were things that would be more permanent and of a longer term duration conceptually that could be introduced into the landscape.
It's a requirement to consider duration.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly accepting that 40 years is long term.
Yeah.
I do accept the point you're making yesterday about the duration, but it goes to the reversibility, and I think this is a really important point. A lot of the residents yesterday were talking about loss of agricultural land, and I don't think it should be seen as that. I think that's a misperception. What is actually happening here is it's a hosting of a new land use.
Yep.
So whilst the solar arrays are in place, you're not losing agricultural land. Actually, you're protecting it because it's out of intensive arable use. So you're not using pesticides and herbicides anymore. it's the soils themselves are recovering for potential return to more productive arable use. But it's nonetheless, the fields are harvesting sunshine, for want of a better phrase. They're just being put to a different use. So you're not losing the agricultural land.
I mean, the inspector's very familiar with the national policy statements that deal with this issue, and he will have read that in, for example, existing EN1 and EN3, we talk about solar farms in terms, or that talks in terms of 25 years temporary for solar farms. By the time we've moved on and got to the draft EN1 and EN3, now we talk about the usual or the normal time for solar farms being 40 years duration. That's because technology has moved on, and the solar panels don't wear out.
I believe that's true, yeah.
Yeah. But then what's looking forward to 40 years when these panels wear out, there is a condition that requires decommissioning.
Yes.
But isn't the reality that we're still going to need solar farms in 40 years' time, and that all that will happen is that there'll be a fresh application to have another 40 years or 50 years or 60 years, however long solar panels last? Isn't that the reality?
I haven't got a crystal ball, sorry.
No, but we can't say with certainty that in 40 years' time it will be returned to agricultural use, can we? Because
well, we can say that there'll be a condition that it will be, and that my client would abide by the condition.
Indeed. But isn't there a likelihood?
I don't know.
You don't know. You're not prepared to comment. All right. Okay, let's move on to my learned friend Miss Hall's menu and start off with visual and the close receptors. And the first one you looked at was the SAP1, SAP2, oh sorry, SCP1, SCP2 and SCP6
yes.
series, i.e. the footpaths actually through the side.
Yes.
And you were, so far as SAP1 is concerned, that's the bridge over the canal, isn't it?
No, it's to the north.
To the north of the bridge over the
Yeah.
canal. And the point you were making was, well, actually, you only experienced the site for a brief period.
You see the full amount of field A and field B, well, partially B at that point. Yeah, because on your approach, if you're now, I presume, taking me north. Just check we're not in different directions now. But you're presumably taking me north. So
yes.
The point I was making in my evidence earlier was that walking this footpath, you would have had a varying degree of perception of the site as you approach it from Gayton.
Yes, you
So these
would.
are the first points where you would see inside the site.
Yes, and that point is illustrated both by you and Mr. Wadsworth. But if we go to the second page of Table 2 visual assessment comparison, and what I'm pretty sure that Ms. Hall has labelled in her copy row 4, because they're not actually
No, I think
labelled, but row 4, the receptors travelling on short distance on local LA3 and LA4, that's from point 7 to 8, 28, 29. If one looks on the map to see where that is, that's where neither of you think that there is a significant impact above moderate, but it's included in the table because you do disagree.
Sorry, I'm just checking your language. Not above moderate. No, because he says major, doesn't he?
No,
Sorry, am I?
he says minor. Mr. Wadsworth says minor, moderate adverse, and you say
Sorry, I'm
negligible.
looking at the wrong bit. Sorry, I was looking at 1, 6 or 2.
No,
You're looking at...
but the point you were making in 1, 6 or 2, that you... Are you saying that it's... you only get a very... Are you saying that it's... When you're on the footpath within the site,
Yeah.
you've downgraded the impact because it's only a very short period you could possibly be walking from one side of the site to the other?
That is... Duration is one of the considerations when you're looking at magnitude effect.
Okay. All right, I misunderstood the point you were making in that case. Now, so far as the canal is concerned, again, in year 15, you're taking into account your views of the mitigation.
Yes.
Yeah. And you told us this morning that you could introduce taller species in sensitive areas, but not to the prejudice of overshadowing. Where do you say that's likely? And in particular, is it likely in the 500 metres between coming out of Cutting, having dropped down onto the towpath at the listed bridge, heading in a westerly direction, you eventually come out of Cutting, don't you? And where you start getting the views, the filtered views to the north.
Yeah, so...
Where do you anticipate in that area that you might plant taller species?
Well, clearly it's anticipated where the scrub planting is indicated on the drawing, but fortuitously, I guess because of the hedgerow separating fields B and D, E and D, there's a considerable offset of the panels anyway. So, to my mind, without having done a detailed analysis at this stage, to my mind the sensitivity would be having just left the Cutting, where there is still a panel near proposed scrubland. But as I said to you in my evidence, there is new woodland proposed there that seems to pass the overshadowing test. So I don't know if it actually would be that sensitive. So we would have to look at that in the detail stage. And then also, as you move close to the bridge, so passing the southern side of field B, when you've passed the offset separating the field from field D, you then also have an adjacency with a panel, so that would be another sensitive area.
Okay, good. In other words, are you saying, well, we would talk about, we might take advantage of already shaded out areas?
Well, I'm saying
if you did some more planting,
that's not taking advantage. That's the characteristics of the site.
Yeah, all right. Okay, and then lastly, please, Milton Road and hedge height.
Yes.
And you were accepting, and the inspector will see that now they are kept at 1 to 1.5 metres.
Yeah, approximately.
But you were suggesting that they could be left to 2 metres or maximum 3 metres.
I think maximum 3 is probably the best way to describe it. Yeah.
We can safely say at the moment, can't we, that at the moment in this part of the landscape they are low hedges.
Well, 1.5. I would say I'm looking at site SCP 20.
Yeah.
My point, just the way I look at it, it might be an optical illusion, but it looks like, we know Milton Road runs along the crest of a hill. It looks to me as if the hedgerow on the left-hand side of the road is higher than that on the right, i.e. the southern boundary, the northern boundary of the southern site. So I think increasing the height of the field boundary to the southern site would actually level it up with the hedgerow on the left-hand side.
But 2 to 3 metres are not characteristic of the area as it is now.
No, sorry, that it is characteristic. That is documented in the published character assessment.
Okay, but certainly along Milton Road they're not.
Not along not along this stretch of Milton Road. Obviously, as you progress along it and approach the canal corridor, there is increased vegetation. That again is noted in the published documentary evidence. So this particular approach to Gayton itself has very mature woodland around its edges, the approach to Gayton, I would say, has a lowish hedge at the moment.
Okay. Now, in Mr. Wadsworth proof, have you got that handy? I just want to pick up some references to ask you about hedges. Page 10. We can see the heading towards the bottom of the page, District Landscape Character Assessment.
Yep.
And then Mr. Wadsworth is picking up some references in the subsequent paragraphs, and then at 240 he gets to 13B Bugbrook Landscape Character Area, and at 241 he says, under the title Heritage, I note the following. Undulating nature of the landscape allows appreciation of the historic routeways and the rural nature of the character area. These are best appreciated in kinetic views when travelling along the lanes and the canal, as views across the countryside are revealed through gaps in hedgerow or from the highest elevated points. To that we might add, and where the hedgerows are at 1.5 metres or so, you might even get views above hedgerows.
I mean, I see what's written, yeah.
Yeah. And then 2.42. Strong sense of rural tranquility given by the quiet and intimate settlements that dot the landscape. Undulating landscape creates varying experiences. And then supported by the varied tree form of the landscape from mature hedgerows to woodland clusters, hedge laying techniques are seen in use, giving a sense of rural traditional skills. Hedge laying generally means keeping the height down, doesn't it?
I haven't seen any laid hedges in the vicinity, but it means a managed hedgerow. That's what it means.
Yeah.
So its height is set at the height of stock that you're trying to contain. That is primarily for containing stock, livestock. So it'll be taller for cows than it would be for smaller livestock, for example. So I don't know specifically what height. It would depend on the agricultural use of the fields.
Yes. And then 2.46, Mr. Wadsworth notes that he's talking about the south parcel now being located in the 13F Gayton LLCA.
Yep.
And then an extract quoted immediately below that in the purple text, 4 lines down, end of the 4th line, the local roads are predominantly bounded by low to medium height hedgerows. Well, that's Milton Road to a T, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it says. I mean, check one thing quickly.
Somebody didn't like the question.
Yep, okay. It does say that, but
And my question to you was, that's a description of Milton Road to a T, isn't it?
currently, yes.
Yeah.
But I refer you to my previous answer that the hedgerow to the north of Milton Road is currently higher, and so an increase in height along the northern boundary of the southern site, I don't think would change that characterisation substantially.
Good, thank you very much, Mr. Webster. That's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Miss Hall, give me a moment just to have a look through my notes to see where you may be question-wise and whether there's anything that I want to just clarify with Mr. Webster. Oh, that's my name gone. I guess I should be fair and put a couple of those questions that I put to Mr. Wadsworth yesterday to you. They're really sort of, for me, scene setting a little bit about kind of setting criteria that people work from in these assessments. I guess one of them is your view on the essential character of solar panels in rural areas. I mean, I was interested in an answer you gave in chief that suggested that they, at medium distance views, they have a presence of water or shadow on the land. And I'm just interested in your view, generally, obviously others have come forward, you heard them yesterday, monster industrial development is one of the phrases that
Yes.
I've heard not just here but elsewhere as I've gone
Imagine.
around the country. Your general view, and perhaps something in light of that earlier answer in chief, about whether the orientation affects your perceptions within the landscape.
Yeah, certainly. So a characterisation of solar farms in general would not be that of an industrial character. I would say I tend towards utilitarian. There's a obvious perceived functional character. Man-made, sterile upon inception. You know, we're talking about the racking system, you know, sort of close, well, parallel alignment. But I think it's also perceived as being contemporary and of its time. We live in a time period now where political focus is on net zero. Generally, people are very, very much more aware of climate change. And I think increasingly these types of schemes are perceived for what they are, as a contributor to negotiating some of these issues of our time. And I think with further education and increased awareness of the issues, the perception of these schemes will continue to change and become more accepting. To answer your question about the sort of longer distance or sort of directional qualities, I think, yes. I mean, I mentioned earlier that I live in the southeast. There's a lot of, I live near Kent, not in Kent, but there's a lot of polytunnels, and that's another characterisation, a similarity of character. From a distance, I think solar farms look similar to polytunnels. That I would say at sort of less elevated views as you approach, you might consider a polytunnel thing to look very similar to. Where it would look like water, obviously, water always collects at a low point, so you would need to be looking from an elevated position towards lower ground, and obviously that was the case. We were talking about viewpoint 14, and we were looking from a footpath onto the lower ground of the northern parcel, where the yellow field of field E was visible, but the other fields within the northern parcel were less visible. And I think what you might perceive there is a war. It might look like a lake, or a small lake or a large pond, where you've got level, low-lying ground. I don't know so much what the eastern field would look like. Perhaps from that distance you wouldn't be able to make out the elevation. It would still just look like water. But I think certainly where it's lower lying land in general and you're looking at it from an elevated position, the dark colouring of the panels would probably look like water. Dr. Jonathan Scurlock, who works for the NFU, wrote online the other day. He looks at renewable energy for the NFU, and he was on a field visit and commented that solar farms that he was witnessing looks like water bodies when looked at from elevated positions.
I mean, obviously the viewpoint 14 looks across those panels as they're arrayed west to east, so you're more likely to see gaps between them. Is that fair? Than you would if you were looking from the south or?
Yes, I mean, more likely, but I think at that range, I think it would still look like a shaded area that could be perceived as water. But I take your point. The arrays are generally aligned facing southwards.
It's been interesting listening to the evidence as it's jumped from the northern parcel to the southern parcel. And it's jumped from the conservation area in Gayton to the conservation area in the Grand Union Canal. It's quite important for me to just make sure that I keep those separate in my head. But I'm interested in your view on landscape interface between the two. They've been described variously in the evidence as being quite different in character, a single field, a mix of multiple fields, sloping and elevated, flat and lower.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, visually, okay, we've got some debate over whether there's a point at which you might capture both of them, but very few of the viewpoints, it's accepted, capture both of them in one view. Do you see landscape connections between them? My wonder whether you see landscape connections in terms perhaps of kinetic views, that sort of cumulatively effect as you travel through the landscape, or do you see them as being entirely separate and can be assessed individually, if you like?
The only time where you can see the two sites together is as you head east on Milton Road and you're passing the edge of the southern parcel and you get
Yes.
a brief, at most, view of the elevated land in the field E of the northern parcel. So on that basis, I think it would be acceptable to consider them separately. They do have different characteristics. They, as we've just discussed, they sit in different, at a very local level, different character areas. So I think you could assess them differently. They are different sites, and certainly our experience through the planning process has been that there's been less focus on the southern parcel than there has on the northern parcel, which is where I think a lot of the evidence has tended to focus on the northern parcel.
The other point that I picked up with Mr. Roberts was around not differentiating between year 1 and year 15 in terms of changing effects. You pick up obviously more changes. You've got a number of mediums that slide to small over the year 1 to year 15, for example. But there are cases, and Mr. Richards helpfully picked this up yesterday, where your position is actually slightly different to the LVIA's position, which accepted that they would quite possibly remain the same between year 1 and year 15. I'm just wondering if there's anything you wanted to pick up and explain to me. I mean,
yes, sorry, that's a very good point, sir. Specifically what happened there was obviously the information was submitted for the planning application. So the LVIA is dated October 2021. During the deliberation period, consultations were made, and I think it was the Inland Waterways and the Canal Trust had concerns about intervisibility between the canal corridor and the northern parcel. As a result of that, the plans were amended to include the scrub vegetation that we've talked about this morning. It's interesting, if you go to the LVIA reviews, so the Max Askew reviews, there's a second review that reviews the updated plan, but the LVIA itself isn't updated to reflect the updated plan. So, so the conclusions in the LVIA relate to what was originally submitted, not what was considered with, you know, as the deliberations continued towards the final planning decision. And then the evidence that's presented to you today is on a further amendment that introduces some additional planting along Milton Road near the listed bridge, Bridge 47. So it's the LVIA is commenting on plans without the scrub planting, in simple truth. Hence, there's no change.
That introduction of additional planting along the Grand Union Canal, I did ask Mr Wadsworth whether his view on its effectiveness was in part informed by the opportunity for growth associated with that, steep banks, etc.
Yeah.
Or actually that it was a detracting factor. You know, in closing the canal, where the conservation area appraisal has some suggestion that it's open views. We know we've had a discussion about whether they're all to the south or partially to the north, but that the open views was still a characteristic of it. Any comment from you about, you know, whether the introduction of increased mitigatory planting could actually become a detractor within the characterisation of that
Yeah,
value,
yeah.
and the value, significance even?
So I don't think that's going to be a problem. The overriding character is of a corridor of vegetation. What we're simply trying to do through the mitigation is reduce the level of adverse effect to that which is acceptable. So by that I mean that we are not going to entirely screen views from the canal corridor into the northern parcel. It's just that the effect of those views will be reduced in terms of the visibility of the panels. So there will be more screening, more filtering of views, but not entirely. Stopping up of some of the gaps, which are rather unsightly. I find the gaps to be a detracting feature at the moment. So I see it as an enhancement of the existing, and I think that's the point. We're trying to achieve mitigation that both works functionally but is also in character with the existing situation.
Thank you, and I'm just also going to give you the point that was raised by local residents about mitigatory planting and concern that a proper and effective natural hedgerow in this area takes many, many years to reach maturity, and that there wouldn't be any mitigation in that period. Mr Wadsworth was very fair in his response, but it would be unfair of me not to give you a chance to give me the position of the appellant on that.
So there's a number of different things. As we've discussed, part of the mitigation is allowing the existing hedgerows to grow to a maximum of 3 metres. Again, I think in practice we'll end up with a variety of heights based upon the locations of the hedgerow views, existing views, and trying to protect those. But hedgerows, I think, as we all know, grow very quickly. We probably all see hedgerows having to be cut on an annual basis because once established, they grow very quickly. I think, depending on species, that the species generally suggested for the scrub planting, because we focused on that, many of those can achieve the desired height within the 15-year period. It will take management. So the big assumption here is it will all be well managed, and that will, I presume, be written into the condition, the requirement for a management plan. So positive management. Where else? So the tree growth along this is the new tree growth along Milton Road next to the listed crossing bridge. I think that would be successful because there's fairly good evidence to suggest that with proper management, you can establish new tree planting quite quickly. Perversely, the smaller you put in trees, the quicker they establish, and they often will take over, putting in semi-mature stock. So I think actually we can achieve the required effect, which, by the way, is to slightly extend the existing canal corridor vegetation along Milton Road, not for the full extent, but just to the point where you're approaching the Humped Bridge from the west, and you're heading in an easterly direction, just so that you're not then faced with solar panels in the fields. You're seeing an extension of the woodland corridor on the canal side.
Questions on biodiversity net gain probably rests with Mr. Pleasant more than...
In terms of calculation of a metric?
Yes, because there's obviously questions about whether that metric is properly calculated from local residents.
I'll leave it to Mr. Webster when he feels qualified to answer that.
Well, there was a challenge that actually in 5 years there'll be less than 2% biodiversity net gain. That was 2.7% was the figure given to me by a local resident.
I think it's common ground.
You have to be careful with claims. Okay, I'm paraphrasing to hopefully make, I think, their point for them.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with claims that talk of magnitudes of percent, when in fact it's about how long they're going to have to experience the period before there is any meaningful biodiversity net gain that they think will be offset against the existing open field ecology, etc.
Yeah. So we have common ground, I believe, on the extent of biodiversity net gain. I'm trying to remember if it's 175, 195.
Yeah, it was the upper hundreds. I wasn't going to guess it.
No, it's in my evidence somewhere, so I just...
It's in the state of common ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm trying desperately not to feed in the answer, but it's 95.
Thank you. I'm fine with a factual.
I knew it started with a 1 and ended in a 5. The point being that that's the measure taken within the planning application, hence we got to common ground. What I can tell you is that the more up-to-date methodology for calculating BNG gives more power, if you like, to more acknowledgement to grassland because it establishes quicker. So there's an acknowledgement in metric 4.1, I think it is now, that woodland takes longer to establish than grassland. So the more grassland you have, the higher biodiversity net gain you will achieve on a site. And so clearly on this scheme, a lot of the proposed mitigation is grassland and wildflower meadow. So I think that would fit squarely with the direction of travel for the metrics for BNG.
The other challenge, and again I think this might be Mr. Pleasant, tell me if not, was obviously around the categorisation of the agricultural land. I was given a reference a couple of times to a DEFRA calculation being different to the appellant's calculation. Don't know if that's you or...
I haven't looked at that. I've seen nothing myself to suggest it's any different than what is agreed as common ground. So I assumed because it was common ground that there wasn't an issue at large here. So.
Okay, I can't push it because you don't know. Miss Hall, have you got any re-exam for Mr. Webster?
So yes, 2 questions for Mr. Webster and 1 reference for you, really.
Sure.
So rather than kind of artificially asking Mr. Webster the question, you asked a question about biodiversity metrics, the detail of which is 5.152 onwards in the EIA, which is core document 1.22a, and if you were so inclined to have the full results, they're in appendix 5.2 to the ES. If you're desperate to understand the baseline.
I haven't done the calculations.
No.
But I obviously have looked at what was agreed council, but you know that at times I will take the advocacy role for.
Of course, absolutely.
In
So,
order to get the answers, partly for them, partly for me to make.
of course, so that in terms of references in the documents, that's the answer.
That's right.
Yes, Mr. Webster. Okay, 2 questions. One was quite early on in your cross-examination. You were asked about this point about magnitude and duration and the comparison between the introduction of solar panels and the introduction of housing.
Yeah.
And it was put to you, and I paraphrased slightly, but my note was that it would be total land cover, unlike housing, is my note of the question.
Yeah.
So solar panels are said to be this total washing across the site in a way that housing would not be, because you'd have public open space, car parking, etc.
Yeah.
I just want, with that question in mind, to have a look at your proof of evidence 2.3 and 2.10. And if I can give you another reference, also the landscaping plan that I've got at DW7, but is also core document 5.11. Just so we can have a question to you, Mr. Webster, about what the proposal actually is in terms of extent of land use and land take.
Yes.
It's a sort of net developable area question. You say in 2.3, the second bullet point gives you the height of the panels.
Yep.
The third bullet point gives us the spacing between the panels, so that's where we've got arrays.
Yep.
Added into that, 2.10, so just over the page, is all of the other stuff going on the site within the 70.13 hectares of land. You've got obviously a hectareage given for trees, scrub, hedgerows, wildflower meadows, wetlands. And I think, to be fair, the 54.84 hectares of diverse grassland includes under the panel.
It does, yeah.
So we can't calculate any direct developable area from that. But with that in mind, plus adding it to the landscaping plan, I mean, do you think it is fair comment to say that the solar panels would be a total land cover?
No. I go back to the comment I made in my responses during cross-examination. I don't, in terms of land use, I don't see this as a loss of agricultural land. The fields are hosting a system that lies across the land. So you have vegetative growth below the panels and around the panels. And this goes to another topic that was raised yesterday about would the fields remain in agricultural use. It is certainly the case, as Mr. Wadsworth was explaining, that traditionally sheep grazing around panels was typically for management purposes, and often still is. But there is a lot of new evidence, admittedly most of it coming from America, but a lot of evidence now to show that actually you can actually have a multi-functional use of the land within solar farms, because sheep grazing can be viable as an agricultural use. I admit a lot of this evidence is very fresh, as in 2020, 2021, 2022, but again it goes to the direction of travel as we head towards 2050 and net zero, etc., etc. And clearly there's a tremendous amount of change with regard to this sort of technology, and accompanying that is a lot of agricultural research. So, you know, the word that is increasingly being used is agrivoltaics, and so that can be where you raise the panels sufficiently that you have arable cropping beneath the panels. But in this case, in discussion with our clients, my clients, it's certainly the case that the scheme will be delivered as we're calling it sheep-proof. So were it to be the case that someone wanted to, you know, raise sheep on this land, it could happen. There's plenty of space between the panels, as just been pointed out, 4.8 metre separation. But also the evidence is showing that because of the localised changes that the panels create, so shading, increased condensation, things like that, that the sward that is produced below the panels and around the panels is of an increased quality, that whilst the sheep might eat less, the biomass potential is about equivalent. So you can achieve the same amount with less, potentially, is what the evidence is suggesting. And also in the hotter summer months, if you think back to last summer, the water requirement from sheep is reduced because of the shading. They can rest underneath the panels as well. So there's lots of, and I can put this into, I've got 3 quite detailed technical reports, scientific studies that I can put into evidence if you require it.
I probably don't need evidence on well-rested sheep. Probably okay.
But it's the direction of travel, really, is the point I'm trying to make in terms of agrivoltaics.
Thank you. Second and final question. Hedges. So we spent a lot of time talking about the difference between the existing hedge on Milton Road, which is props 1.5, and the proposal to let that grow to something beyond 2 and up to 3. And I just ask you a very simple question about whether that change between 1.5 to 2 to 3 metres of that stretch of hedgerow would represent a significant or major change to the landscape character in that area.
I don't believe so, no.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. So I don't have anything further for Mr. Webster, so if you're content, then could he be released?
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall. Not entirely.
Not entirely, okay.
Simply because I have said that I would just see whether there was any further questions that any party wished to put.
Yes, of course, yes.
And in this case, the offer is there whether there's any further questions that want to be put. And that may indeed come from the floor if they had any for Mr. Webster. It's not enforced on you, Councillor. I'm just trying to be fair as we go through the process.
Thank you very much. I don't think it's actually a question. I think it's more of a statement.
Ooh, you're testing me there.
I'll turn it into a question.
That's the advocate's trick.
Just put isn't it or wouldn't it?
I'm going to turn it into a question. I'm questioning the points that you have made with regard to the land and that the proposal would it's changing the use of the land. Yes, I agree. I've forgotten your exact words. I'm sorry, but the land is still being used for a purpose. And you're bringing into the fact here that the land could be used to farm sheep. So I'm as well. In addition, so I'm speaking on behalf of my farmers who
Yep.
are arable farmers, certainly not sheep farmers, and their farms are not set up by any means to farm sheep.
Yeah. Let me have a stab at turning that into a question, because it's an interesting question, which I think goes to the heart of what was the concern of some of the local residents. You've talked, Mr. Webster, about the fact that there is developing research over the opportunities that solar farms have for agricultural production alongside them, i.e. not just cheap lawnmowers, but that sheep can actually be productive and viable on site. But I think the point of the local residents was, and the simple question is, this will be a less productive food site, a site that's less productive in food terms, arable cereal cropping, no matter how good your sheep might be, when it becomes a solar farm than when it was previously an arable site. So there will be a loss of production for whatever period the solar farm is operating on the site.
So
Is that sort of where you were at, Councillor Guildhall? Just check.
Yes, very much so. Thank you for your help. And furthermore, the fact that we heard yesterday, and I haven't got the quote
Yes, there was an 18% increase over typical grain production from these
which goes
fields.
to Haygates,
Yeah.
which is just down the road in Bubbrook, neighbouring
Yeah.
fields. So, and the loss of that production, and we heard about the amount of loaves of bread that would
Yes, yeah,
produce.
yeah.
And there again,
So the point is,
to
it,
Haygates.
yeah.
I think I can answer
Yeah.
the first and the second points. I think I get. Thank you very much. I do get the points. So to the first point, I think what we're talking about here is diversification of farmland. And I know that I live in a rural environment. I have many farmer friends. They're all finding it very difficult. So any kind of diversification is going to be beneficial. And it is the case that hosting a solar farm gives you vital added income. It's not so much a case of saying you're going to lose productivity entirely versus, whilst hosting a solar farm. I think what we're saying is there's potential to have multi-use capability. So you can have an income stream from hosting the solar farm, but you could also have additional capability, agricultural capability as well. So it's a sort of a balancing thing. So you can have a bit of both rather than one or the other.
That's an economic argument.
Yes.
I think the point is, in real terms, local residents are concerned that there will be a genuine loss of an important crop for this local area.
So that goes to the second point.
Yeah.
So obviously in an arable system you have rotation of crops.
Yep.
And my recent site visit to the northern parcel, it's field beans at the moment. So they are typically a food source for animals.
Yeah.
Some get shipped to North Africa for food stuff. It's an export food stuff. So there will be some loss, but the reality is there is a requirement for solar farms. At the moment, I don't have documentary evidence for this, but I was looking on the NFU website and a couple of other sites today. At the moment, we have about 14 gigawatts of solar capability nationally that takes up 0.1% of land. The government wants to increase that fivefold by 2035. That was in the government's energy security strategy recently, I think last year. Doing that would increase the land usage by solar farms across all landscape types to 0.3%. And for looking at agricultural land specifically, that would only be zero. This is the increased solar capability. That would only go up to 0.5% of agricultural land in the UK. That's 50% of what's currently used for golf courses.
Yes, I've come across those stats before.
So I wonder if we're straying into things that might be better answered by Mr. Pleasant.
I'm entirely content that they can be picked up by Mr.
Yeah.
Pleasant if there's more detail to be got, but I was keen to try and structure the question that Councillor had, based also on what I'd heard from residents. Undeniably, there's a concern that residents are seeing areas of food production coming away from the local area, coming away from the local food chain, potentially. Councillor Gilbert, I thought we got there. Not quite.
May I come back then and just say there is a difference from what you have just said. There is a difference here in that these the farmers and they live in Gayton. They don't own the land.
Yeah.
They are tenant farmers.
Yeah, we have a
appreciate that.
particular
And I
situation.
think this is a very, very important point. They don't own the land, so they won't benefit.
No, I take that point.
Yeah, I just want to know.
So we are straying into, effects on local businesses is something that is entirely for Mr. Pleasant
It
and
is.
not at all for Mr. Webster.
No, but he obviously has
So
that
he's had
experience
a-
and background and an understanding of how solar farms can be productive
Of course,
as well
yes.
as perhaps less productive. Okay, thank you. I think we are at the end now.
Thank you.
Ms. Waller. So, Mr. Webster, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You may stand down. We're 1:10 past 1. Gosh. Our next session is obviously to start to bring in our planning witnesses. How much time do people feel they need for a lunch break? Here I'll take bids.
Happy to resume at 2.
Yes,
Is that
we're
right?
going to go. Yeah. The there's I think planning is going to take us less time than landscaping. From friends nodding sagely. She always
I have
does.
much less for Mr. Stevens than I had for.
Yeah, and the same for me.
Very good. So we'll come back to, and we'll start with the councillors. Steve. And we'll see where we get to today. I'm certainly, I think, probably hoping to get to each from Mr. Pleasant today. We'll see.
So, yes, we were also just, things are still moving on with conditions, so we may be able to cover that in a small way this afternoon if we're in want of a job.
I don't think we're going to want a job.
Okay.
No, but I think...
I'd quite like to see them so I have a chance.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, and I think if we do get Mr. Pleasant and finish him in chief today, that will maximise the time you have on site tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Very good. See you at 2 o'clock.
Why don't you treat yourself a bit? Is it?
Because it can then be classed as a job when I go home. And on my daddy's side, so
Need to not think about that.
Yeah, so literally right on there for
Standing in their bedside doing their bit for the nation.
Yes, no,
It's going to be that.
These come up especially for this
yeah, exactly.
Actually, I will look at you, very much like Northampton.
Is it on the bus station? Oh no, it's actually quite nice. Isn't it?
It's not.
Given the number of like heavy diesel engines, like
Yeah.
I was just going to go against what we've got over lunch, just to see if actually I think we correspond with most of it.
Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. We are looking that way specifically. I don't know. Look the other way ahead to see if there's any news. Yes. Yes.
No, that's yes. No, what he,
No problem. I will.
yeah, what he was saying,
No.
was that when you're looking at studies that reached conclusions, local studies that reached conclusions on the sensitivity of the landscape, what his point was that those studies were assuming houses, and we're not proposing houses, and what they're proposing is less than houses, and therefore the judgment is a study, the study that the landscape sensitivities shouldn't be accepted without further thought. That's the
It only came into my head.
yeah, no, but you're quite right. Yeah, you always are told. You are always told in planning commission.
We're only determining what's before
For us, yeah,
So,
yes. Don't imagine anything else. No, but it's good to see that you've sat through, because if it's interesting, you will be able to take nuggets back to planning
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm just struggling there and tickling the throat.
We've been talking for a long time.
And there will be more solar.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, for your very reason.
Yeah, because
For
it's
your
telling
very
you.
reason. And that's, no, yeah.
Yeah. The trick, and it may be, where are you, where is the council on plan making?
Yes.
Because you know that in plan making, you're used to allocating sites to housing. And if you don't allocate enough sites for housing, the nasty developers come along and you get something called planning by appeal.
Yeah.
Well, I think in the next round of plan making, you're going to have to ask yourself the difficult questions. Should we be allocating some land for solar? And then we pick where the solar goes, and you don't leave it to the nasty developers.
Thank you very much.
So that's the big question. Do you want, in the next local plan, to grasp the net and say, right, we are going to get applications for solar. Should we decide the sites and allocate them, or should we leave it to the developers? Because you do that for housing,
Yeah.
and you do it for industrial sheds, and I think the time is fast coming where local authorities are going to have to face up saying, should we not now be doing the same for solar?
Yeah. When we were south of
And then at least you're in charge of where it goes.
rather than
Yeah. And also, should you now be saying in your policies and next local plan, we will not permit a single industrial shed that does not have solar panels on the roof. Yeah. Well, that needs to be in the policy. That needs to
said it literally right now.
so hopefully they can just accept the track changes and ping them on to the inspector.
Good.
Or whoever. Go from there.
Yeah, well,
That's where the trust comes in, isn't it?
That's
That's David.
David's.
I was just saying to Chris, I sent you the draft conditions. Obviously, you'll have other things on your mind.
Cool.
Just
Which
now.
plans do you want approved then?
So it's for formal approval is layout, block plan, details of the equipment, and then we've suggested landscaping is in general accordance with, as is the case for the solar scheme for the approach the inspector took on new works as well.
So the landscape strategy plan is an approved plan, but it's
So general accordance with.
yeah.
A scheme to be approved in general accordance with. So does that mean that the yeah? So that means that in theory the security fenced in area could move.
I'm loath to comment on that now.
No. Very good. Yes, you can think about that overnight.
Indeed. Oh well, all this afternoon is the case maybe.
Well, yeah, it depends how quick you look through.
Although using the term rip through in terms of evidence sounds somewhat disconcerting.
How many weeks is it till Hulse Road? 2 or 3?
It's a week after next, isn't
It's, yes, a week after next. We're back in here.
Is that still going ahead?
Well, it is at the moment, because the appellants are saying it must go ahead. But the inspection have yet to say whether it will be going ahead. But it's Gary and I are in it. The inspector's in it. But it's being held in Toaster, isn't it, Gary, rather than here.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
So we won't be back in this room.
It's the same inspector, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not coming. Yeah, no, they're an ESCO. No, we don't have any owners. Yeah, well, like with us. Yeah. No, they're just we don't have one single person on the client every day because they're in and out of other commitments. So they're staffing the inquiry with we've got different people every day basically. Is that our plate of cake?
Oh, really? Nothing. Terrible. Make nothing, right? No. Well, it's really I'll get another one.
Very good.
What's the special meeting? Give it to us special meeting. What? Oh, I haven't seen what's happened there. Did the EU say no as well? Oh, the EU said yes. The UK said no. The USA is still comment. It's all a bit tough. I can't keep track. Did she? It's not the official policy until it's in debt. That's nice. I would have done it. Yeah. Eat cake. Feel good.
Oh, right. So he won't know.
Really? I've got to work out how many different meals I can eat in 36 hours. I'm only eating for 36 hours. It's going to be nuts. It's English coffee. So, I'm in the Nelson Hotel in so, I'll see what I can get out of this. See what I can do. Yeah. don't even know how far we are from Leeds.
From Leeds, about 2 hours, 20 minutes-ish, if you
It's about the same
get a
as
good one.
about the same as like that. You wouldn't consider getting up in the morning and coming and going home. No.
I have to work so much in the evenings.
Yeah, you just need the time.
I need the time, like, the moment we finish here, I'm like, I need to make my desk.
That's the thing, I looked at getting the train this morning to try and do it, but to get the train from Reading, you have to go into London, change,
Yeah.
tube, go across, and then come up, and I'm like, by the time I faffed around with all that, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's longer, I was like, no use. If I was going to Birmingham or Manchester, it'd be
Oh,
fine,
yeah,
just
yeah,
get
yeah,
on the train and just work. In fact, our Dutch colleagues.
Is that because you're on the cross-country, you're on the cross-country line?
Yeah.
Like, so it goes down to, you go all the way to, like, Cornwall, kind of.
Yeah,
and then
Penzance, yeah.
Penzance, yeah, and then all the way up to...
Our Dutch colleagues the other day, they came from Amsterdam and they took the train, the Eurostars.
Oh, right.
So that they could, and they arranged to have like all their team meetings on the train because they had like
Oh, you can book any books
the
like
full seat with the table. So
Oh, I
they
see.
had
So when if you're sitting next to them, really, really irritating.
so I thought it was really good because they saved some carbon from the atmosphere.
Yeah.
They used the time effectively. I was like, yeah, I see that. That's a good.
But those people are why I carry around my AirPods Pro are good so that I can work on the train because people have irritated. Can I just have a... Well, 4 minutes. We only got 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Sorry.
No, no. Just read.
It's funny.
Yeah, your own essentials.
It's not for the landscape experts.
No longer. Yeah, no, we'll come back. Nice to see you.
Okay, 2 o'clock, welcome back. Just to confirm, we've completed our evidence on landscape matters. About to embark on the planning evidence. Let me just check whether anything's raised its head over the lunch break that I need to be aware of.
So just in terms of conditions again, so frequent noise from me. We've, I think, been toing and froing versions between ourselves and the council. I think they've now gone to your case officer?
Yeah, they've gone
Yeah.
to the
So you should have some reading.
Yes, but a nice hard copy would be easier for me rather than to get it from the case officer and somehow magically make it like something I can scribble on. Is that possible?
If I may, sorry, I noticed. The copy that I sent out to this Dustin is the sort of the clean copy version, so basically if you print it, probably better to do that one rather than the track change version.
A clean version would be good, even if it still has on it comments, we agree, we don't agree. That's fine.
Some more comments in. At the minute it's just a very plain and clean version, which I thought would be fantastic.
Well, that's very good. If we've reached that much agreement, that's excellent. No, thank you for that.
So yes, just in terms of your reading, I think there's only one condition that we would probably need to trouble you about in terms of discussion at the condition session, and that relates to noise. Everything else is agreed, I think.
Very good. Okay. All right, if that's it, then I'll hand over to Mr. Richards to reintroduce the next of his witnesses. Please.
Yes, sir. Sat before you now is Mr. Gary Stevens, and Mr. Stevens, you're a planning director at Marrons, where you've been since 2013. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you hold a BA Honours degree in countryside planning from the University of Gloucestershire, and a Masters of Arts degree in town and country planning, and a postgraduate certificate in urban design from the University of the West of England.
That's correct.
And you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
That's correct.
And in the introduction to your proof, you set out the details of your experience, both in the private and the public sector. And you confirm in your current role you act for both developers and local authorities.
That's correct.
you tell us in paragraph 1.4 that you were approached by West Northamptonshire Council in respect of this case in March of this year. You visited the site and examined the relevant national and local plan policies, and you now appear at this inquiry. I'm assuming, because you tell us at paragraph 1.5 that the evidence you've prepared and provided for the appeal is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and it's your true and professional opinions. I'm assuming you're saying that against the background of having considered all of the relevant matters in the round.
That's correct.
Yeah. Good. Can we please take up the very helpful statement of common ground that you have agreed with Mr. Pleasant? And we can see from section 1 that it contains a number of matters. The site context and history in section 2. And the proposed development is described in section 3. And the planning policy context is described in section 4. So we have noticed that although you have a full copy of the joint core strategy in the core documents, the copy of the local plan part 2 is 40 odd pages of the 150 odd pages of the complete document. I think you have all of the policies in those extracts that the council and the appellants refer to. What you don't have is the complete suite of policies to enable you to grapple with some of the third-party representations. And I think, upon mature reflection, we ought to have given you a full copy of the development plan for you to take away.
I imagine that can just be loaded onto the...
You imagine correctly, but I just wanted to... I only noticed last night. But I just wanted to flag it up for you.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Richard. I noticed that my electronic copy and my hard copy of 4.1, which is the local plan part 2, is missing EMP6. So
so it doesn't even cover everything.
Well, it tempts to, because I have the supporting text of the farm diversification policy, but then I skip the page with the actual policy text on.
Well, we need to download and then upload a full copy of the local plan part 2.
Yeah,
for you.
That's ideal.
Okay,
that's the simple way of doing it.
Yeah. So can we make a note of that? Good, thank you. Now, so far as the policy is concerned, Mr. Stevens, you deal with it in your proof at paragraph 418. So can we please just look at the policies in the way that you do, and have you also got a copy of the joint core strategy, which is core document 4.0?
Yes.
Available?
Yep.
There is only one, I think, substantive issue between the two of you, and it comes in the core strategy. But the first in time reference in the core strategy is policy S10.
Yes.
Which we find on page 59, paper page 56.
Yes.
And it's part I of the policy which is relied on in this case only. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. The, the policy, in the preamble to policy S10, it talks about it being one of the most important policies of the plan because it relates to the sustainable development principles. So the overall aim of the plan is to deliver sustainable development, obviously in accordance with the framework. And this policy, if you like, upholds the environmental objectives of the sustainable development elements, with the economic and the social obviously being dealt with through other policies. And this, you'll note from the plan, this isn't a council that are shy from growth. The plan allocates over 40,000 homes, over 28,500 jobs. But this policy, if you like, is picking up the environmental aspects of sustainable development.
Okay. And then we come to the immediately below policy S10. The plan begins the explanatory text of policy S11 because this plan is laid out with the convention that the explanatory text comes first, followed by the policy text rather than the other way around. Is that right?
That's right.
So at the bottom of page 56, paragraph 101 onwards, we're then getting the explanatory text leading up to policy S11. And we can see from paragraph 5.101, halfway down, that at the time this plan was adopted, which was in 2014, the government, the plan records that the government has been working towards a target to achieve 15% of its total energy to be generated by renewable sources by 2020, and therefore, so that target's obviously been overtaken by events. Our inspector, we know, is very familiar with the up-to-date targets because they're all set out for him and by him in core document 6.0. So let's go to policy S11, please. Headed low carbon and renewable energy. And then the policy begins major development and sustainable urban extensions. First of all, is this a sustainable urban extension?
No, sir.
But is it major development?
It is, yes.
It is. Right, good. So it should contribute to reductions in carbon emissions and the provision of low carbon and renewable energy. Well, in your view, does it do that?
It does, yes.
Yeah, of course it does. So the first paragraph, no dispute of S11. But where I think the dispute between you and Mr. Pleasant arises is in the second paragraph, which tells us that proposals should be sensitively located and designed to minimise potential adverse impacts on people, the natural environment, etc., etc. I understand the concept of designing proposals to minimise impacts, but what in your view does a requirement to sensitively locate a proposal to what's the relevance of that in terms of minimising adverse impacts?
Clearly, the sensitivity of location will vary depending on its nature, character, and surrounding attributes. And so the purpose there clearly is to direct renewable energy developments to those locations that are less sensitive. And in that respect, I think, when I was approached to look at this appeal, I looked at the policy and looked at the proposals map, and clearly in that context, the location of the site adjacent to the conservation area and its listed structures and the green infrastructure corridor clearly indicated there's a level of sensitivity regarding this location.
Yes, and so far as the scale of a proposal is concerned, what does paragraph 5.105 tell us about the relevance of the scale of proposals?
It recognises that large-scale proposals can have both positives and negatives. That paragraph and the following one, 5.106, are quite helpful for applicants in giving them guidance as to the benefits that might be considered, but also the potential negative harms that need to be taken into account when looking at preparing the planning application.
Right. And so do you read policy S11, the second paragraph in it, as being a policy that simply requires applicants to minimise adverse effects of the scale of development that they feel minded to bring forward? Or in that policy, is it possible simply to bring forward a proposal that is simply too big for the location proposed?
Yeah, I think the consideration has to be given to the scale of the proposal and obviously regard to its location. It isn't, in my opinion, that the policy test here isn't just a question of has the proposal been mitigation, has the adverse impact been minimised? It's actually, is this the right proposal for this location?
Okay. And then we come next to the local plan part 2, which is CD 4.1, and the first policy is on page 34 of the PDF, according to my note. Yes. Policy SS2, again, a general development and design principles policy, headed planning permission will be granted where the proposed development, and then there are a number of criterion each separated by the word and. What does that indicate to you about the nature of the policy?
It's a general development policy which sets a number of criteria which all need to be complied with.
Okay. Yeah. And the council has identified in the reason for refusal in its statement of case criterion B and D. Again, what particular parts of those policies are relevant so far as the facts of this case is concerned, in your view?
I think in respect of B, it's clearly requiring a design-led approach in order to demonstrate compatibility and integration with the surroundings, and a design-led approach would be to one which takes into account the nature of the area, the assets nearby, and whether that scale of development is appropriate, such that it can be compatible and integrate with its surroundings. I think there's a design process there that the applicant needs to go through in order to demonstrate it can comply with that criteria 1B.
Okay, and what about part D?
I think part D relates to the landscape treatment, and that is requiring obviously that to be appropriate, suitable for the so again it's about considering the landscape treatment as part of the development, and you've heard Mr. Wadler's evidence on that yesterday with regard to that aspect.
Yes. Now we then come to EMP6. But I'm just double checking to see whether or not you set out the text of EMP6. I don't think you do, but we can rely, I think, on Mr. Pleasant, who does set out the text of EMP6. So if we go to Mr. Pleasant's proof at paragraph 9, PDF page 9, paper page 6, paragraph 3.5, at the top of that page, he's dealing with the local plan policies. Second bullet point, EMP6, part 1B only, which is the only bit that's mentioned in the reason for refusal. Development that relates to the diversification of an existing farm, agricultural estate or other land-based rural business will be acceptable in principle provided that. And again, the issue, well, you tell me what the issue is, Mr. Stevens.
Again, on a sort of similar vein, this policy is requiring the applicant to demonstrate that the character, scale and type of the proposal is compatible with its location and setting. So it's, again, sort of picking up emphasis from the previous policies, it's requiring the applicant to consider those elements in relation to the location and landscape setting.
Yeah, and then if we go back to CD 4.1, to the supporting text, which we do have in paragraph 5.7.1 on PDF page 37.
Sorry, which reference?
5.7.1. Third line down, it's important the countryside is not spoilt, etc. What message is that giving you as the reader?
So 5.71 in the
5.7.1 in core document 4.1, which is the local plan part 2.
Supporting text at EMP6, is that where you're right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, it's like, it's the wrong way around.
I think it is PDF 36, and I think it is on mine. And interestingly, I have the policy on my electronic edition. So.
Ah, good.
Oh wow.
Well, lucky
Are
you.
you sure it's, yes.
Have I got the whole policy though? It's just got number 1, delivers objectives 1 and 2 at the bottom. I think I probably have.
No, that's policy EMP5.
No,
that's right. So that's the
on
final.
37,
That's the end of the.
that is the end of the policy. Yeah, we do have.
Sorry, yeah, 5.7.1 of the
Yes.
part 2 local plan. Yeah, I've got that one. Sorry.
Yeah, what message is that giving you as a reader?
It's recognising obviously the importance of farm diversification to the local economy, but it's clearly recognising that that doesn't come with that. Obviously, needs to be balanced with the importance of protecting the countryside from what it describes as unfettered development.
Okay. Back then, please, to the statement of common ground and to section 5, which is the matters agreed section.
Just before we move off policy, if I can,
Yes.
just one point I want to pick up was just in terms of the weight to be given to these policies. It's in our evidence and it's a matter agreed with the appellant that full weight can be given to all of the relevant policies in the development plan, both from the JCS and the Part 2 plan. Have regard obviously to their consistency with the framework in Para 219.
Yes. We might pick that up in a minute. So 5.0, matters agreed in the statement of common ground. Under the heading of other matters, paragraph 5.9, no reasons for refusal in respect to the following matters, and the second one is heritage. And there is set out that the local planning authority considers there to be less than substantial harm, the lowest end of the scale of such harm to the canal conservation area. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And then, as set out in your evidence, this level of harm did not form a reason for refusal.
That's right.
But in your view, is this a matter that must still be weighed in the planning balance?
Yes, I do so. I think the council's assessment has obviously looked at the application against heritage policies and considered those not to be conflicted with. and clearly weighed in that judgment, must have taken a view that the harm outweighed the benefits. The benefits outweighed the harm, sorry. But that harm still obviously falls to be considered in the planning balance.
And then best and most versatile agricultural land, a loss of grade, it says grade 3A and 3B. But I think 3A is only BMV, isn't it? 3B is not BMV.
That's correct.
Yeah. And I think somewhere in the paperwork we see that the loss of grade 3A is 10.46 hectares. We'll identify the figure so that Mr. Pleasant can either agree it or not later on. And then the other matters, picking up on biodiversity net gain, there's the figure of 195% that was being mentioned this morning. Is that right, Mr. Stevens?
That's correct.
And then the last bullet point in that section, public rights of way, acknowledging the public rights of way exist, but none will be required to be physically diverted.
That's correct.
And then 5.10 lists the benefits of the development. And are those matters, all of which you have weighed on, as it were, the appellant's side of the planning balance?
That's correct.
And if we look in Mr. Pleasant's proof of evidence, right at the end in his conclusions section, which I think is section 7, he has a very helpful table.
Yes, I've got it.
Paragraph 7.53. And he tells us, in his view, what the benefits are. The first four, renewable energy, biodiversity net gain, landscaping and environmental, financial and investment, so far as financial and investment is concerned, is that supposed to, do you regard the statement of common ground, fourth bullet point, benefit to be roughly equivalent to that? Supporting direct and indirect jobs during the construction phase, and a smaller number of jobs when the solar farm is operational?
Yeah, I think that financial investment there is referring to the job economic benefits associated with development, which Mr. Pleasant's given moderate weight. I think I've given a limited weight in my evidence.
Okay, what about Mr. Pleasant's consideration of landscaping and environmental benefits, moderate weight on one side of the scales, and landscape moderate weight on the harm side of the scales? Have you split landscape in that way, or have you arrived at an overall net position?
Yeah, there's obviously biodiversity net gain, which is separate from that. So the value of the landscaping that Mr. Pleasant was given as a moderate weight, not entirely clear what weight that refers to. If the ecological value of it is addressed separately as a weight in the balance, then obviously renewable energy is dealt with separately as well. I've taken the view in terms of the landscape overall, looking at the scheme as a whole in terms of its impact on landscape and visual, and put that together as one element rather than disaggregating the landscaping from the landscape impact.
All right. And And then lastly, Mr. Pleasant gives limited weight to something he calls site suitability. What do you understand by that, and is that something that you ought to have taken into account?
No, I haven't taken into account site suitability. I think that's clearly a matter that is in dispute in this appeal. So it isn't, and I don't see how that would be a benefit of the development if the site is deemed to be suitable. I don't see how that is a benefit that should be weighed in the plan balance.
Okay. Good. Mr. Stevens, is there anything else you want to say in chief before Ms. Hall asks you some questions?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Please wait there.
Just to be a troublemaker, Mr. Richards, Tranquility briefly raised its head.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you wanted to pick that up, because that might make it easier to come back if there were any questions on it, or else I'll end up asking it as an inspector at the end and it will trigger further thoughts. But if you think there's nothing that needs to be taken and I've got everything in then that's fine.
Yes. Do you want to make a comment about the way that the local authorities case is built around tranquility, and to the extent to which you think it's something that the inspector needs to concern himself with, and if so, why?
Yeah, in let's find the reference. I think I sort of covered this generally in paragraph 5.5 of my evidence in terms of the material considerations, and the framework obviously requires decision to protect and enhance public rights of way and access, and in terms of users of the rights of way, there will be some limited harm, I think it's fair to say, arising from noise, which I think is probably only experienced most at the western end of the northern appeal site. So as you move away from the A43, as you move away from the sort of heading westwards along the canal and then footpaths, I think that end of the site, certainly from my experience visiting the site, that part of the site, the northern appeal site, was more tranquil in its character, and therefore I think the noise assessment submitted by the appellant showed some noise impact in that area. I think that would be noticeable, and I think that would probably have some limited harm, as I say, to the user's experience of that right of way from a tranquility perspective. But I only give that limited weight in the plan.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Good, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards. Ms. Hall, you got cross-examination for Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just scribbling a note. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens. We'll hope the microphones survive. We've obviously just come back from break at 2 o'clock. I think we'll probably be done before it's time for an afternoon break. But Mr. Stevens, obviously, if you want to break at any earlier point, do say. Policies then, let's deal with S11 first if we can. And for this exercise, can we have the joint core strategy in front of us, core document 4.0? I've been blessed with a weighty tome of the whole thing from a previous Northamptonshire inquiry, which but yeah, so we have, so it's S11, and can we have 5.102 in terms of the paragraphs in the supporting text open in front of us, please? Thank you. Okay, so 5.102 is a reference back, isn't it? So just as a context for S11 before we get into the text of S11. The context for S11, and what we are told in the supporting text in 5.102, is that to minimise the demand for resources and mitigate and adapt to climate change, objective 1 of this JCS encourages renewable energy production in appropriate locations, full stop. So the point is this, the context for S11 is the broader objective, objective 1 in the plan.
I think it's all of the objectives, but clearly objective 1 is relevant, but it is the other objective as well in relation to, particularly in relation to countryside.
Okay. Can we agree that it is? I mean, it is stated there as being part of the obvious. I mean, it's part of the obvious context, isn't it, to a renewable energy policy that objective 1, in terms of encouraging renewable energy production, is part of the background to that policy.
It's part of the background, yeah, but my point is not the only part of the background to the policy.
Okay, and we probably don't need to turn up objective 1 because it's cited verbatim in paragraph 5.102, which is the bit I just read out, which is that it encourages renewable energy production in appropriate locations. So what the objective 1 seeks is renewable energy production, yes, but only in appropriate locations, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And then where S11 comes in is a tool to assess what location is appropriate or not. That's right, isn't it?
Alongside the other policies of the plan.
Alongside,
that's
yeah.
correct.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Can we go to page 20 of the JCS, please? Sorry, having said I wouldn't turn it on, I am not going to turn it on. So these are the objectives, because the structure of the JCS is a broad vision on page 19 to 20, some spatial objectives, and then detailed policies that sit beneath. That's the flow of the JCS, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. I don't think we need to delve into the vision, because there's no assertion, is there, that we are contrary to that vision. It's not part of the reason for refusal.
I think the vision obviously isn't a policy that is taken into consideration in terms of the decision. So it isn't specified in the reason for refusal. I haven't rarely come across where vision is specified in a reason for refusal. It's usually the policies, because the policies are there to implement the vision as set out in the plan.
I was sat in an inquiry with this JCS in front of me 2 weeks ago, having this debate where the councillor said it was contrary to the vision on objective. So I just want to go through that and square that circle. It's not in this reason for refusal, whatever that reason may be. It's not there.
The vision isn't quoted in the reason for refusal, that's correct.
No, and nor are the objectives.
No, because they are articulated through the policies of the plan.
Yeah. And objective 1, climate change. In terms of the bit that we looked at before, the quote we looked at before about encouraging renewable energy production in appropriate locations, that is sort of limb 3 of 4 of a broader objective, which is minimising demand for resources and adapting to climate change. That's the broad direction of travel. That's broadly what this policy is, what this plan is saying it wants.
That's what objective 1 refers to, but obviously that's one of many objectives of the plan.
Yeah.
And those can't be picked out in isolation.
Okay. I want to, just go back to the S11 supporting text. There will be a bit of jumping around. So that was objective 1. I want to move on in the supporting text to S11 to 5.103 and following. This is just to consider. This is just to consider what help we may derive or not from the supporting text in terms of how to approach S11. 5.103 and following refers to a study has assessed ... And I just want to check that this is a matter of agreement between us. Obviously, the council at that point, back in whatever the evidence, 2011, did a study to assess what it considers in 5.103 to be the full range of renewable energy technologies in West Northamptonshire. Now, that may be true at 2011, but it's not true as today, is it? Because that study didn't include large-scale solar, did it?
I've not looked at that study, so it wasn't one that's been part of the space aren't looked at as part of the site, because I can't confirm or deny that.
If it helps, I won't be suggesting otherwise to Mr. Pleasant.
I think we can take that as agreed. It's a matter of common sense, I suppose, in terms of the renewables market, because back in 2011 we weren't building 60-hectare solar sites. The technology for that didn't exist at that point. So in terms of the background to S11, the point is this: it was written in a context that did not envisage a solar proposal of this scale.
Well, it was, but it's still a policy that has full weight, and that's agreed with the appellant in regard to its consistency with the framework. So, although that may have been written at that time, the policy is still relevant, it's still consistent with the current framework.
Yeah, and I think it was just to cover off a point I think my learned friend very helpfully said that he's not going to make, that study doesn't assist us in terms of deciding what locations are or are not sensitive for the purposes of S11. Instead, rather than looking at a study which does it all for us, we need to apply a site-specific judgment call, don't we?
I haven't seen that study, so I can't comment on what its content is.
Okay, well, and then it's consistent with your evidence, isn't it? Because you haven't looked at the study and gone, haha, there's the answer that tells me how sensitive this site is or isn't. You've applied, and that is what you have done. You have applied a site-specific judgment to whether you think this site is sensitive or not. That's how you've approached S11, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah, and so have we. That's fine. I just wanted to discover whether that was a point of difference, and it isn't. So that's very, very helpful. I want to then, that leads me on nicely to unpicking your approach to sensitivity of the location and just that part of the test in S11. And I think we can probably put the JCS away now, I'm hesitant to say completely away, and turn up, Mrs. Stevens, can I have your proof at page 10? So this is where 4.19 to 22, I think, is really where you're talking about the sensitivity of the location. It may go on a bit beyond that, but this is the broad area of search in your proof for where you deal with this part of S11. And I just want to, for a moment, just stand back before we get into the detail of what you said, and I want to understand the way you have applied this policy. So when you have decided, when you are considering whether a proposal is sensitively located or not for the purposes of S11, have you essentially looked at it in terms of proximity to designations, full stop, or have you included within that assessment a degree of harm that might actually be experienced to those designations? So is it a theoretical approach, or is it a sort of development on approach?
I think it's probably a combination of both. I think one has to, the starting point in terms of assessing whether a site is sensitive, clearly must have regard to designations that either within or adjacent to the site. So that clearly has to be part of the assessment process to say, are there any landscape, heritage, ecological, any other type of designations that may affect this site, that may determine whether it could be regarded as being sensitively located.
Thank you.
I think you've got an errant microphone again. I'm not quite sure how. It's come and gone twice.
Should we take one of these from our supplier's spare? It's obviously an unlucky seat.
Whether it flatten the batteries or it could be it's too far from the wireless pickup, I don't know. And therefore it doesn't think it's right. Sorry, I'm terrible now about microphones these days. Part of the job, Inspector. I interrupted, but I think you're about to go to another question, so I was hoping not to have interrupted too bad.
That's fine. So thank you, Mr. Stephen. I think your answer, my question was, is it sort of theoretical or is there an inclusion of the potential for that harm? And you said really both. Your starting point might be that there's some designations, and then you were presumably going to go on to tell me that you've overlaid that with an assessment of harm. Is that fair?
I think once you've looked at the designations and then applied that to establish what is the level of sensitivity of the site, and it's clearly going to be a spectrum here, so isn't there, between those that might be regarded as highly sensitive and those that might be regarded less sensitive. One then has to consider obviously then the impacts of the proposal and the extent to which there is harm to the sensitivity of its location, both in landscape terms, heritage terms, ecological terms.
Right, and thank you. And the two designations that you've picked out in your proof 4.20 and 21 are the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area in 4.20, and actually in the second half of that paragraph in 4.21 you refer to the Green Infrastructure Corridor. Are they the two designations that you've used in terms of your assessment of sensitivity?
As well as the Grade 2 listed structure adjacent to the appeal site, and obviously the evidence of Mr. Wadsworth in terms of the landscape sensitivity.
Landscape more broadly. Okay, so we can add landscape more broadly, heritage assets, I can group them like that, canal and heritage assets included within the conservation area, and then Green Infrastructure Corridor. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment, yeah.
So let's take those in turn. I'm not going to address you on landscape because that sort of stands and falls, doesn't it, in terms of landscape evidence and whether the inspector is persuaded by Mr. Wadsworth evidence or more at Mr. Webster's end of the spectrum, or indeed something completely different. So there's probably no planning application. It's just the application of other specialist evidence, isn't it? You're not bringing anything to that party.
That's correct, yeah.
Then we're left with canal and heritage assets and green infrastructure. Let's deal with canal first. Canal and heritage assets, in terms of because we're leaving landscape to one side, I'm going to treat them as heritage assets. In that sense, the council's case, obviously the appellant's case is no harm. The council's case is limited weight to that harm. Yeah, so we are dealing with two heritage assets, but the harm is of a limited nature. That's fair, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So I'm certainly not at the higher end of sensitivity or harm on that spectrum, am I?
It's a limited harm, but it's still clearly a factor to be taken into account in terms of the sensitivity of the location. But yes, it's a limited harm on its own.
Yeah, thank you. Green infrastructure corridor. Sorry, I didn't do an exercise of turning off the relevant core documents. So we've got one now that we might have to go on a bit of a fish for. Core document 4.24, please. And we'll also need core document 4.1, the local plan part 2 again, but hopefully a page that everybody has. Although I think it might actually just be me that's missing pages of local plan part 2. Core document 4.24 is the West Northampton Green Infrastructure Natural Capital Assessment. When you were there, I think it's page 11. Happily, it's PDF page 11 and it's hard copy page 9.
Yeah, on there.
But this I'm using this document because it handily puts on one sheet of A4 a bunch of policies that have to do with green infrastructure and green infrastructure programs. I'll wait for the inspector to... Oh, you there, so yeah. It's sort of obvious points. But the PPG, for example, at 2.2.4 and then 2.2.5, green infrastructure is embracing a range of spaces and assets is the first bit of 2.2.4, and then 2.2.5, green infrastructure is a natural capital asset. It's just about what green infrastructure is. it is the resource, it is the asset, isn't it? It is not it is the lush green verdant thing. It is not a landscape designation.
It's not a landscape designation, but I think the best description of the Grand Union Canal as a green infrastructure corridor is given in the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2. I think if you go to paragraphs 12.2.1 onwards in the Part 2 Local Plan, which isn't in the core document version but is in the full version, I'm afraid.
So can I take the references? I don't have the full version in front of me, so can I just be very careful about it? So
12.2.1 onwards. It talks about the Grand Union Canal, and it describes its various attributes as almost as it's a multifunctional asset. It isn't just recreational green space, and it includes elements of its landscape importance in that respect as well. It's the specific reference is paragraph 12.2.2. I think that, to my mind, Sue, is a fairer description of the value of the asset as a green infrastructure corridor.
See if I can download the PDF.
This is the document, Mr. Richards, it's going to be updated
Yes.
with the full
I don't know.
version. The full fact version.
Yeah.
Straight
So-
replacement for the rest.
I don't have a problem with a straight replacement.
No, oh, absolutely. No, the plan says what it says. You should absolutely have a full copy. I'm just reluctant to sort of cross-examine on documents that half the inquiry doesn't have in front of them. But I think I can take this quite shortly. Ms. Stevens, we've got the reference. We'll all go away and read it. But the inspector can note, can't he, that 12.2.1 doesn't sit within the green infrastructure corridor section. It sits within a section dealing expressly with canals.
Yes, that's right. But the canal is a designated green infrastructure corridor. So.
Okay. The question in terms of the canal as a green infrastructure corridor, and there's another green infrastructure corridor to the south site, the northeast of the south site. In terms of green infrastructure corridors and policy NE3, because that is the context in which it arose in your evidence, green infrastructure corridors, I'm going to put it to you, they don't have a setting. There's no reference in NE3 or in core document 4.24, which is a 376-page document about green infrastructure corridors. There is no reference in any of those documents to green infrastructure corridors having a setting.
I think that may well be the case, but if you've got a development, particularly a major development, immediately adjacent to a green infrastructure corridor, it'd be wrong to just ignore the designation, because clearly a development immediately adjacent to that corridor could have some impacts. So I think one has to take them into account when looking at the sensitivity of a location.
Okay, I mean, it may be that we can do this with the landscape plan in front of us, or maybe we've all got it seared into our memories now. But in terms of the Grand Union Canal as a green infrastructure corridor, not a heritage asset, as a green infrastructure corridor, there's no adverse direct physical effect on the green infrastructure lining that corridor, is there?
No direct impact, no.
No, well, there is no direct adverse impact. Mr. Wadsworth's evidence was that there was a direct beneficial effect on scrub, hedgerows and canopy trees. So if, in terms of direct effects on a green infrastructure corridor, it is one of benefit, isn't it, not harm?
In terms of the additional planting along the corridor, yes, there could be some impact in that respect.
Thank you. And I don't understand your evidence to be saying that there is conflict with NE3 as a policy which seeks to protect the integrity of those assets. Is that fair? It's not in the reason for refusal, but so it's not in your evidence either, I assume.
It's not in the reason. It's not in the reason for refusal. And again, I think it's when you take that policy in isolation, the council haven't considered that policy to be in conflict. They're proposed to be in conflict with that policy in isolation.
I'm told that the full version of the local plan is now online. If we click on it,
We'll have to press refresh.
but you might have to press refresh. So let's try.
Thank you. I managed to download it from the website quite swiftly, actually, so it's fine. So I'm not going to go back to it, I think. So, but just to note, thank you. Thank you. The one more question on sensitive location, and then we'll move on. Mr. Stevens, your proof over the page, I think 4.25. I just want to pick up one reference. Oh, and another core document, sir. Sorry, 6.3. So this is a point we haven't alighted on yet at the inquiry, but it is a point raised, Mr. Stevens, so I want to just deal with it proportionately. So you raise the relatively recent decision of Inspector Reagan, very recent decision of Inspector Reagan, that we've got at core document 6.3, after a hearing concerning a housing proposal for 52 dwellings near to the canal up by Bugbrook. That's correct, isn't it?
That's great.
Yeah, and I think what the point that you seek to make, based on Inspector Reagan's decision, is that, well, she considered there to be a significance to this landscape that this inspector ought to agree with. Is that broadly the point?
I think it's just making the point, sir, that the significance of the land adjacent to the canal is important, and it's been recognised by the inspector in that decision. You know, which obviously has a similar relation. Obviously, that development was much smaller than the appeal before you, but still, there's a relationship there.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the simple point is it's somewhere else, isn't it? It's not, you know, it's not dealing with our bit of the canal.
No, it's just down there. It's just further to the west. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And obviously different developments. That was housing, and she was concerned. If we look at paragraph 10, if we look at sort of the middle of paragraph 10, or the third line down, there's a sentence that starts, "The appellant confirmed at the hearing that." Despite an image in the submitted design and access statement, the hedge and trees along the towpath would be retained as these were outside of the appeal site. So the first thing there is the appellants didn't have control of the mitigation planting in that instance because they didn't own the hedge.
Sorry, I think I missed the question.
Sorry, if I've taken that too quickly. Paragraph 10
Yeah.
of Inspector Reagan's decision letter. There's a sentence that starts on the third line down, "The appellant confirmed at the hearing that..."
Yeah.
And what they confirm, although it's spun in a positive way, is, and I'm not sure why, is that the hedge, and what they did confirm at the hearing was that the hedge and trees along the towpath would be retained as these were outside of the appeal site. So they actually, although it's spun as a positive, what they were copying to was the fact that they didn't actually have control of the landscape planting that they were relying on in that instance, did they?
No, that's right.
No.
Yeah.
And she said, well, even so, that the hedge there wasn't high, and while she thought it was contained a bit, she goes on to say, in any case, given the height and proximity of the proposed housing, it will be visible above the vegetation. So we're dealing with quite a different scale of effect here. In Bugbrook, and in what Inspector Reagan was faced with was a low hedge that the appellant didn't control, and obviously two-storey dwellings. It's quite different to the appeals scheme and the situation before this inspector, isn't it?
It's different, yeah, and I never sought to draw the conclusion that the two should be compared. It's just really, as I said, just to point out to you the importance of the canal the setting to the canal in terms of the its importance.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the second part. We're still on policy S11, I'm afraid. The second part of policy S11 about minimising harm. So it's probably helpful to have the wording of S11 in front of us if we can. So that's so back to page 58 of the JCS in terms of the hard copy. I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF open. 61, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. In terms of minimising potential adverse impacts, I just want to agree the scope of what we're looking at here. Minimise potential adverse impacts on people, the natural environment, biodiversity, historic assets, and mitigate pollution. We don't need to concern ourselves, do we, with mitigating pollution or biodiversity, because they are agreed to be, pollution has never been an issue between the parties, and biodiversity is agreed to be a benefit.
That's correct, yeah.
So is it right that the sort of bits that the council hangs its hat on are people, insofar as landscape and visual receptors, the natural environment, I suppose, insofar as that is landscape character, and historic assets in terms of the Grand Union Canal and the listed bridge? Is that a fair summary of your case?
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, in terms of people, in respect of the users of the rights of way and the canal towpath. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I would have included those within visual receptors in landscape. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you. So that's a really helpful agreement on scope. In terms of what minimise means, here, the context at S11, as we were looking at before, is one of encouraging renewables, but in appropriate locations. So we are dealing with, I think the background to this was actually what the study that you haven't read said was that mostly it would be wind coming forward, and that obviously hasn't transpired due to government tinkering with the MPPF, but it's dealing with large-scale renewable projects. So it can't be right, can it, to interpret minimise as reduced to zero. There'll always be some effect.
Yeah, that's correct. There would always be some effect, but it's minimising it to what is deemed to be an acceptable level. Because the context is more than just objective one, as I said earlier. The context is also about the other aspects of the plan in terms of the environment and the countryside.
Of course, it's not all renewables everywhere at any cost. It is finding the right places for those projects against a background that the plan wants some of them.
In appropriate locations, yeah.
In terms of steps taken to minimise harm to the landscape, in terms of, I appreciate your point in chief was that, well, you thought that included site selection. But are you making the case that adjustments within the site, so sensitively locating a proposal within its site, is irrelevant, or that that's only half of the picture? I didn't quite understand your evidence on that point.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
No, sorry. So in evidence in chief, you'd said, well, minimising potential adverse impacts can include site selection. So you might minimise it by putting it somewhere else, or you might minimise it by making the scheme smaller, I think were your points.
Yeah, certainly in terms of the references and the policies I gave, scale was mentioned several times. And so minimising the scale of development clearly is one way in which you can minimise its adverse effects. Yeah.
So once we're at that point, so we've agreed a site, and it's just about making that site, that proposal, the best proposal it could be on a site. Is it are we agreed that steps taken to minimise harm in terms of locating and designing the scheme within a site, that is still relevant to compliance or otherwise with S11? I think the answer is yes, because you've agreed that reducing the scale of the scheme would be correct. But other mitigation elements in terms of setbacks, planting, are they relevant to you or not in terms of whether you think the proposal is therefore sought to minimise its potential impacts?
Well, there's many ways in which you can minimise the adverse impacts. Obviously, scale, design, landscaping.
I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think we were absolutely agreed on that. So once we've accepted the principle of those site-specific design amendments can go towards minimising adverse impacts, I want to look at what this appellant has done on this site. And we have done a range of things, haven't we? So the scheme has in fact been amended to reduce its scale. We have removed panels from Field E because there was a concern that they popped up on a higher rise of land viewed from viewpoint 14 and 28. Those have been removed. So that is a minimising of harm, isn't it?
That's one measure the appellant's taken to try and minimise the harm, yeah.
Yeah, together with Mr. Wadsworth and Mr. Webster were talking quite extensively about the scrub planting and the setback. And from the canal, and Mr. Webster, I think, gave a figure of, that would be between 10 and 20 metres of setback and scrub planting from the canal. That is another type of mitigation, isn't it?
Landscaping is a type of mitigation, yes. If it's effective, yes.
Yeah, so I think even on your case, it's not that there is no mitigation, it's just that you don't agree that we've gone far enough. Is that fair?
I think the reason feels clear in terms of why S11 is breached. It isn't just that the landscaping hasn't gone far enough. It's the scale and the size, and that obviously relates back to the first element of S11 in terms of its location.
Thank you. National policy. Can we agree that? So, again, I should have given you policy core document references 4.8, please. So this is draft NPS EN3. There's no point referring to existing EN3 because it doesn't refer to solar. But can we agree, just before we get into the text of it, just as a concept, this document is relevant?
It's a draft, yeah, it's material consideration. Yeah.
And the scale of this proposal, while it's not over, obviously, the NSIP threshold, it is of a larger scale and actually it wouldn't need to go that far larger to be of an NSIP scale. So in terms of the scale of project, this is actually quite a relevant document because it's dealing with projects that are of a very similar, if slightly larger scale. This is not a case where I'm seeking to apply EN3 to a 10 megawatt scheme. This is a scale of scheme which is approaching the NSIP threshold, and therefore these documents are of greater relevance to this scale of project than they might be to a, solar panels on a garden shed or something.
You could take that view. I mean, the scale of the proposal is very close to being a nationally significant project. So, yes.
I think how close we are actually depends whether you measure it in whether 49.72 is AC or DC, but yes. Thank you. Once we're in this document, please, page 82. And I think there's a happy coincidence between the hard copy pages and the electronic PDF pages. This is just a bit of EN3 about solar generation. And I can take this as a bit of a canter because I think it's largely agreed, isn't it, that there's nothing between us. You acknowledge and the council acknowledges that solar is a key part of the strategy, and that Mr Webster was quite correct earlier when he said that the government expects a 5-fold increase in solar deployment by 2035.
That's great, yeah.
If we can just scan down the sort of 3.10 chapter, we get to 3.10.8. And just to note, this is about land take, really, and it says, well, 2 to 4 acres for each megawatt. So here it's dealing with a 50 meg solar farm will consist of around 100,000, 150,000 panels. I think you said we're about 90,000. So we're below, but in the region, in the ballpark. It's at the bottom of that paragraph, the sentence that starts nevertheless.
Yes.
Yeah, nevertheless, this scale of development will inevitably have impact, particularly if sited in rural areas. So that the context, very much like S11, we're not expecting impacts to ever be nil. This is against a background of inevitable impacts, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So one more reference, I think, in EN3 is 3.10.21 on page 84. So just a couple of down arrow presses. It's in a chapter. It's in a part of the solar policy dealing with accessibility and access routes. But the point I'm going to suggest is of wider applicability. At 3.10.21 is just the acknowledgement of the common sense point, really, that given potential solar farm sites are largely in rural areas. I mean, and that's correct, isn't it? The council isn't proposing, for example, any previously developed land that it considers would be a preferable location for this scale of project. This scale of project almost inevitably is in a rural area.
The council aren't proposing any, the council have no allocations for solar farms.
Thank you. That is it on S11. 2 quite quick points on other policies and 1 NPPF question and we're done. S10. So I knew I was right to be hesitant about saying we could put the JCS away. So I'll endeavour to give you a page reference. 56 on the hard copy and somewhere in that region. 59 on the PDF. Are you there, Mr. Stevens? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So S10, as you rightly say, important overarching sustainable development policy with disparate strands, one might say, between A to K. The sole focus of the council's case has been conflict with I, protect, conserve, enhance natural and built environment. Is it your case that there's any sort of clear water, really, in terms of how the inspector approaches the protection of the countryside in this policy versus S11 versus EMP6 versus SS2? And the policies that the council has alighted upon within their reason for refusal and the strands within those policies it has picked up are all concerned with protecting the natural environment and the landscape. Do you say that they can all essentially come under the umbrella of S11? Or is there a difference between, might you find compliance with S11 but conflict with S10, for example? Or is their wording sufficiently similar that they can all go in the same basket?
I think they all go in the same basket, to be fair.
Thank you, that's helpful. Broad point on policy application. This policy is a broad policy, isn't it, with many strands that could potentially pull in different directions.
Potentially.
Yeah. And part G of this policy, maximising the generation of its energy needs from decentralised and renewable or low carbon sources. So that is a tick in the box for this development in terms of compliance with S10, because it maximises renewable and low carbon energy. We have to balance then, don't we, any conflict with S10I as against that. You know, so you've got a conflict and you've got a positive and you've got a negative. So we have to balance, don't we?
If there is a conflict between the two, then yes, you have to take a judgment. Obviously, the plan and the policy is seeking there not to be a conflict, and that you can comply with all of those aspects.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's it on S10. EMP6. I don't need to turn up the wording. Just the general category of policy. It is a farm diversification policy, isn't it? And
That's
I think
right,
this oh, sorry, if you want
That's
to get
right,
it, that's
yeah.
absolutely fine. It's in 4 point, well, it's supposed to be 4.1, it's page 60. The supporting text starts on page 66 and it goes on to 67 of the printed copy.
Yeah.
I have it starting on page 37 of the PDF, of the cut down PDF.
Yeah.
But that reference is probably wrong. Have you got it?
I've got it, yeah.
Great, okay. It's a sort of stand back and look point, really, rather than about the wording of EMP6. So it is a farm diversification policy, it is not a landscape policy.
Yeah.
So but it is nevertheless a policy that the council considers to be relevant to judge this appeal proposal against. And the implication to be taken from that is that the council agrees that this is, you know, the nature of the scheme is one of farm diversification.
That's correct.
Okay. And the only reason taken by the council for saying it doesn't comply with the policies about farm diversification is a landscape point.
So what's a landscape and visual point? Yeah,
Yeah.
respected. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Final question is about the NPPF and paragraph 100, which is your reference. You were taken to this, I think, you took the inspector to this in answer to the inspector's question about tranquility. Now,
Strictly my question, a hint.
yeah, question hint. And I'm sorry, I'm still going to find a reference in your proof, but you referred in answer to the hint to para 100 of the NPPF about impact on tranquility experienced by public right-of-way users when they were in the site, and you said limited harm to that, and your policy jumping off point for that argument was NPPF paragraph 100.
That's correct.
Yeah. So we don't have this in the core documents, but it's seared on everybody's. But it's not about the wording of the policy, but the wording says planning policies and decisions should protect and enhance public rights of way and access, including taking opportunity to provide better facilities for users, for example, by adding links to existing rights of way, including national trails. And the short point is this, Mr. Stevens, that policy, as with other rights of way policies, is more about the existence or not of the right of way as a usable route. It is, again, it's about the asset, it's about the resource, rather than one's experience of it, isn't it? Because one's experience of a right of way falls to be assessed under sort of landscape and visual policies, rather than policies which seek to protect the existence of and usability of rights of way.
I think that's a very narrow interpretation of the policy, because the section 8 is about promoting health and safe communities, and it's about creating healthy, inclusive and safe places for people, and health and well-being, enabling and supporting healthy lifestyles, and health and well-being is a key component of that section of the framework. I think it's not just about the physical asset, it's about people's experience from it.
And in terms of people's experience, have you had the opportunity to read the note appended to Mr. Pleasant's evidence from Mr. Barrett?
I have, yes, and the noise assessment.
The noise assessment, yeah. And I don't understand the council to be taking any issue in terms of the accuracy of that technical assessment.
That's correct.
Yeah, and his assessment, isn't it, is that any noise generated by the scheme would be below existing background levels.
Based on the monitoring that he's done, but as I say, from my experience of visiting the site, which I consider to be that's the western end of the northern site, very tranquil, and I consider that would be an impact which needs to be taken into consideration in the decision.
So I just want to be very clear about this. Are you making a point that you think his monitoring has been insufficient?
I don't think he's monitored the noise levels within the appeal site where the footpaths are, so I've based my judgment on my experience.
Okay, well that's a point I'll take up with Mr. Pleasant and add to his growing list of things that he has to deal with. But thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. I don't have anything for you unless my team's going to kick me under the table. We'll have a look at the noise, and rather than scrabble around for documents now, so we'll have a look at what we think Mr. Barrett did assess that bit, but rather than scrabble around for plans and documents now, I can pick it up with Mr. Pleasant. Thank you very much, Mr.
Ms Hall, thank you very much indeed. I think you'll be pleased to hear that most of my questions have been picked up. I think I'm pretty sure that you answered this, but I'm doing it for completeness. You know that in my opening I said I'm now saddled with having to report to the Secretary of State on heritage matters because the Secretary of State has a statutory duty. I just want to absolutely confirm that the Council's position has been that the less than substantial harm at the lower end, I do love the spectrum that has come into heritage assessment. I had an inquiry recently with a very, very broad range spectrum that was introduced. At the lower end is completely outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, and yet you take that weight forward. I hope I'm basically giving you a very simple summary of your position. So outweighed by public benefits, yet the weight has been taken forward to sit alongside the landscape harm.
And all other harms, etc.
Let me just make sure I've captured them all. The loss of the 10 hectares of best and most versatile, and an element of tranquility impact.
That's correct, sir.
Is that all of them, if I summarise it like that?
I think so, sir.
I don't want to catch you out at all. It's just my scribble note had those three. Yes, because I think the infrastructure corridor is going into the landscape. I think
yeah, that's right.
heritage harms in terms of the conservation areas are going into the heritage.
That's correct, sir.
So BMV heritage tranquility are components added to the fundamental concern on landscape harm.
That's correct.
It's helpful just to have it in my head. That's the approach. Thank you.
If it comforts you, that accords with my notes and plans for closing submissions.
Very good. Mr. Richards, have you got any re-exam for?
Just three things, I think. Firstly, and I've got to find it now, Inspector Reagan's decision.
CD6.
Yeah, at least when you were working on hard copy, you had documents in front of you. Here I've got to work out which window to open. Yes, here it is. You were taken to paragraph 10 and put to you, and I think you agreed that she was dealing with a different scheme. Can you just go back to paragraph 8 though, which I think is where you started. In paragraph 8, is the inspector making a general point about the canal conservation area, or is she making a specific point about her appeal site?
I think it's a general comment in respect of the canal conservation area.
And then in paragraph 9, when she descends to further detail and where she went on her site visit, the canal at Bugbrook, etc., etc., is that a general point, or is that is that where she starts to consider the specifics of the case in front of her?
I think that's where she starts to consider the specifics. Yeah.
Then next, please, and penultimately, draft NPS policy EM3, called up to 4.8. And you were asked questions or pointed to paragraph 3.10.8 on page 82.
Yes.
And the acknowledgement in the last sentence of that paragraph, nevertheless, this scale of development, that's to say, the scale referred to earlier, will inevitably have impacts, particularly if sited in rural areas. Do you read that as saying that those impacts must be acceptable in all cases?
No.
And then, insofar as best and most versatile agricultural land is concerned, 310.14, what's the advice in the second part of that paragraph about best and most versatile agricultural land?
It's saying you should use poorer quality land in preference to higher quality land.
Yeah. And in 310.16, following on from that, recognise that at this scale it's likely that applicants may use some agricultural land. Applicants should explain their choice of site, noting the preference for development to be on brownfield or non-agricultural land. Have you seen any explanation in this case?
No.
And then lastly, please, in the context of EMP6, the farm diversification policy, and you accepted that the scheme is a farm diversification scheme. When it comes to assessing the weight to be put on the desirability of farm diversification schemes, has the appellant presented a general case, or has it presented evidence of a financial nature, but that in this case it's absolutely essential for a farm diversification scheme, because without it the farm business will fail?
I've not seen that evidence.
Good, thank you very much. That's all I have, sir.
Very good. Mr. Stevens, thank you very much for your time. You may stand down. 15:30. I think we could comfortably take our 10 minutes plus a little bit, and then, Ms. Hall, if you're happy to bring Mr. Pleasant to for at least in chief, we'll see what we get. That's okay?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yes.
So let's come back at 20:24. Or is there a need for a bit more time? Sorry, you look worried.
No. Mr.
Because we
President was
rushed this
asking
on.
whether he would be completely done today, and I think the prospect is probably not.
Well,
But it's up to you.
It's a thought.
why don't we have a choice? Oh, not a choice. Why don't we have a discussion
After.
in the coffee break?
Oh, right. Okay.
About that's basically because you now have a better idea of how long you've got the
Yeah.
course exam.
And
Much better than I have.
Well, I've got quite a lot. I mean, my examination of chief is unfortunately going up a lot.
That's why I wanted to have the discussion in part, because I do know from experience of being an appellant, the poor old last sweeper upper gets the whole inquiry's worth of sweeping upwards.
I wouldn't expect
and
anything less.
Points from local residents and so on and so
Yeah.
forth.
So I think we might have to see where we are after Mr. Pleasant's chief.
Let me give you until 1:45 anyway, and you can have that discussion.
Yeah.
And at 1:45 we'll just have a quick thing. We're not pressed for time.
No.
So-
This is whether Mr. Pleasant might sleep better tonight, having got it all over.
Yeah, but he might sleep worse if he was halfway through cross-exam
Oh yes, much. Yes,
when I call
yes.
I call stumps.
Yeah, but we would, if there was any risk at all that we might end up in that position, then we wouldn't start.
In which case, I think if we are starting back here at 4:44 and you want to finish at 5,
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll not.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Good.
Then you can have 15 minutes worth of coffee and I won't come and bother you.
Let's come back at 4:45, okay, and then we will kick off with the in-chief for Mr. Pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No.
Is this for this site?
Yes.
No, no.
This is
Because that's a page.
You
from
could there's two windows.
December
You could turn it up.
2021 submission.
Oh yeah, but yeah, you've got to close it.
This is what you do.
Well, you can open it.
It's just
One box each other. Yeah.
And I'm quite sure on the north.
Yeah, it's alright. Stephanie's looking at it. So.
The only controversial one is one, I think. The rest is just tidy. So point one is I've added, so the council have decided they want that 12-month use added in on condition 3. So we removed that pet section, the decommissioning plan.
Yes.
So I sent that one back to someone about saying we want it to remain.
It would make sense
If you
to
don't use it,
better
after
idea
12 months,
how
then begin decommissioning. So I'm happy to mark that as controversial. And then the other one is
I think I hit the old ones. You hit the wall? Yeah. Yeah. It's just different orientation. So yeah. So.
and then make sure I've printed up that colour.
Yeah.
Take it with you for the journey.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident actually.
David thought there was a couple we might not get. 13.
Oh, 13 is kind of that's actually right lane to be honest. That's pretty much 20. If I'm reading it correctly, that's 27.
Oh, you said it, yeah.
Just saying. Sorry, the camera's on.
Yeah, I think
Sorry to tell you, I've now recovered.
That's quite a lot. I'll just go through with these are the
Yeah.
additional views, but you think
The one you think emailed me right now, yeah.
I could only pick out two.
isn't it 13?
Oh my goodness,
27.
Well, can we
Yeah, I
not
think
do
well,
this
pretty much.
Pretty
yeah.
much.
Unless the inspector. That's
He's going
It's all a bit
that's the road there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's on the road.
Yeah.
It's probably we're probably this bit higher up. So
Yeah.
it's
priority right now.
Yeah, so, yeah.
The only one that wasn't sure.
Oh, 10, yeah.
Because 10 I did have it originally. It was one of the ones I considered, but it's actually, it is where I think it is. It drops down because you've got that's the railway.
Yeah, it is.
So actually, you get a view towards the side, but not into the side.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah.
This one was a little bit kinky
Keep
road.
road. Yeah. So it probably doesn't.
Then we've got one at the junction,
We've got
so
one
it's sorted there.
yeah.
We've got another one probably there, but it's sorted.
Yeah, it's.
so you're happy with going all right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, I mean, I don't know how you want to add it into your wonder, but you can take a copy maybe.
Well, I think the inspector's going to.
Oh, sorry, do you want us to show?
So I think that obviously this has been consent by the parish, and it's been highlighted again to me. So the inspector said if there's any additional views. There's 2 private properties that the councillor.
Which one's those?
I don't know. I've asked her for information on it.
I mean,
Probably useful to know so that we can work out timings.
I have. I'll see if she's still there.
well,
There she is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
no,
That was really why I was
Genuinely,
asking.
yeah, I mean, one thing I was going to
Private property.
yes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't think we were doing anything.
No, we are.
Just in case.
Yes, so the 2 private properties.
Oh, yes.
We'll turn it around. So,
yes, it's still
Clean house and maps. Not a big thing, are they?
we're live.
yeah, so
Live.
yes, yeah, we're not disagreeing on it.
No comments.
So,
I can help you to tell me the name of the properties. Oh, okay.
so Milton Road, here, so the very little one.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah.
This one, isn't it? This
Yeah.
one. Now, the other one, I haven't got confirmation, because I called this morning, gone out, I was going to call them.
So are they going to be at specific times of the day to receive it?
No, I don't know, I need to check some it,
Yeah.
say yes, it's about this one, I know she did. But the.
Is he the owner?
No, he lives to.
Okay.
So I'll check with him what he's done. I'm
Yeah.
messaging now what he's done. And then the lady after us is on Bisworth Road. Where's that?
That's good. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Bisworth Road. It's hard to see on there which house it is. But her property, sides onto Bisworth Road. That's just before the garage.
Yeah, I know the garage.
Actually, if you're going out of the village.
I know which property it is. So it's got a driveway.
It's got a little driveway.
It's the driveway,
at the
yes,
bottom,
yeah.
hasn't it, which is
Mhm.
separate to the house. So if we were to go there, which I really think she'll say yes,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be intruding on it. We wouldn't
Oh, so it's a view from the curtilage of the dwelling rather than inside the dwelling.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fine. Is that the same for Nightingale?
I don't know.
Right,
I'll see
okay.
if I get some.
Because if it's just permission to go onto the property, then we don't have to worry about timings.
Yes,
For this
exactly.
one.
Yes.
If the request is to go in and look at a view from the wood,
Yeah.
then we need to obviously arrange to go there.
Right, I'll check. Do we understand the map to this?
Well, that's exactly what we were just discussing. So the question that we were debating is that given that we like to have part of the day or the holiday, can we reduce the extent of the walk and we were just about to
Okay, you're just agreeing. That's lovely.
But what we have done, just so you can go back to your, so we've been shown this, we think in large part, I don't think we picked up this, but there again, I don't think you can see, even with the hedges that they're current, you probably won't see it anyway. So I don't think that is not being considered an important view.
As long as you agree between you, then that's
But
okay.
yeah, in most other cases, we're covering it either precisely or close road. I think that is, I don't think there is a dispute there.
Yeah,
Those-
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I think from that perspective, then, we're not going to suggest any new viewpoints because I don't think that's going to benefit the inspector. What we'll say is that those views, those concerns, or sensitive views have been covered.
Okay, so am I not speaking to people?
I know, I think we need to say to those.
Yeah, we still need permission to get into properties. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done no private, we've not been onto any private
No.
property.
Yeah, no. Okay, I'll go away and do that.
Yeah.
So you're going to confirm this up.
Well, we're just now discussing what we can do to reduce the walking from these offices, because just purely from a time perspective. Because it is quite, because we're going to have to start, well, basically the starting point come down. I think
Yeah, that's right.
Because you can access this from basically,
I was going to do exactly
we had a whole day.
She was kind of planning on it, she wasn't planning on it because we thought it was over, but I can sort it out, that's all right. And then you can
mostly be able to look in silence. The question, so for example, there was a thing on whether we were in a condition, so it's no longer difficult to access or anything else, so in case of an architect.
It'd be nice to
I'll
just
arrange
walk.
we can do it, but it's like if you don't need
It's factual question.
Yeah, so it's there's 20 of them.
Right, okay.
Way back.
That's
If conditions are going to a bit like this.
Yeah, I think we need somebody who can deal with or whether it's going to cause.
Yeah, me and Sarah.
Yeah, so you could mess with it.
We'll be at the end of it anyway.
So we walk up White's Lane.
Yes.
Say,
Yeah.
I think it's just
then
that, like,
Okay.
something really cool.
he effectively wants to go to school like to
Do rain dance,
It's a
then we
rain dance.
guarantee that
Yeah,
it
rain dance
runs.
in the manager plan, no problem.
Here's
When you were like,
Sure.
but probably
also don't know if it's
It's going to be after some maybe start again. I think it's probably better than just experience. I'll get you get stuck. It's absolutely
Very good. Yeah, well, we thought we'd just go down there. So it was on like 4 nights.
It is lovely.
yeah, that'd be great.
So where are all the emails coming? Hopefully they're all spamming emails on my
No, it doesn't.
Academy Trust
No, it
account.
doesn't.
Forward.
Yes.
Particularly towards the end of the
Yeah. Yeah.
and actually we'll go there.
Yeah. I think we yes. Straight to the end.
And then we can find things anyway. So I think, yeah, might get from there. Probably be a sort of a 6 o'clock in the
I thought so.
work.
Yeah. Well, that's
So I don't know whether we actually have to finish by on time.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe that's the question.
Yeah, that's true.
It's only 20 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I might be wrong, but yeah. Maybe the landscape plan. And obviously all your appendices and motion note, sweat path analysis, noise, I've got the motion note as well. And the transport state.
Received an email from James Marici.
Oh, have we? What?
Nothing to worry about.
Okay, like. Oh, he's going to invite comments from paper. That'll be fun. Glad I'm not collating those.
Looks like he's asked. She's got
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah, I think they're all there. We talked to
respected council.
yeah.
Okay, ladies and gents, welcome back for our final session of today. We're partway through our planning evidence. In fact, we're completed on the council's evidence.
That's correct.
Did anything raise its head over the break that we need to pick up on?
No, that we're just in agreement that we should do Mr. Pleasant in chief and draw stumps.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. Pick up perhaps for others on site visit arrangements at the end of the day. That would be helpful. Very good. Miss Hall.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Pleasant. Have you got water and everything? You're okay? Yeah. I'm going to introduce you formally to the inquiry based on page 1 of your proof of evidence. And you tell the inquiry that you are Nick Pleasant. You are a planning associate director at Bath and Wilmore, now Stantec. You have a BA Honours degree in town planning and a postgraduate diploma in town planning from Newcastle University. You're a chartered town planner and a member of the RTPI with 12 years of experience. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Thank you. We'll dive straight in then with S11, please. And based on where we've got to with the planning evidence so far, there are two strands to this that we are concerned with, it both within part 2 of the policy about proposals being, on the one hand, sensitively located, and part 2, designed to minimise potential adverse impacts on a range of things. I'm going to take those in the 2 chapters that I took Mr. Stevens to. Firstly, dealing with sensitive location or sensitively located. Can you give me your broad evidence on what you think that actually means?
Yes, in terms of a site being sensitively located, I think it's important to look at the context of the site and the characteristics of what makes that a sensitive location. It's agreed with the council that the site doesn't have any statutory landscape designations. For example, it isn't a valued landscape. It's certainly not within green belts, and it's not within any areas of natural beauty, for example. We have noted the presence of the conservation area, for example, but that doesn't necessarily itself make this a sensitive location, as it were.
Thank you. And even on the, if you assume, for example, in a hypothetical situation that the inspector were to agree, on the Secretary of State were to agree with the council's case on the degree of harm to the conservation area and listed bridge as heritage assets. So for a moment, imagine you are inputting limited harm and limited weight to that harm into your balance. Would that change your mind as to whether this site was sensitively located or not?
No.
No. Okay. In terms of harm on the appellant's case, then we haven't turned up Mr. Morley's note, but I think it may just be worth delving into it a little bit, just to make sure we've put the document properly into evidence. So that's appended to your proof of evidence at is it Appendix 2, I think. So Mr. Morley considers the heritage assets raised by the council and, I think, interested parties. He looks at the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area under heading 4.1. And reaches a conclusion over a couple of pages, 4.1.3, where he deals with development effects. He essentially, I think it's 4.1.20, says, well, the sensible conclusion, he says, is that the northern parcel doesn't contribute anything to significance, and therefore it doesn't contribute to any change to that wouldn't cause heritage harm. Is that the case that you pursue?
Absolutely, yes. I agree with Mr. Morley's evidence in this regard.
And he deals with the Grade 2 listed bridge at number 47 at paragraph 4.2 onwards. Again, is that a conclusion you adopt and feed into your balance?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the council doesn't pursue anything on the Gayton conservation area, but Mr. Morley deals with that at 4.3 onwards. Thank you. Thank you. The other input into Mr. Stevens' evidence on this being a sensitive location or not was the green infrastructure corridor. And that's his proof of evidence at 4.21. So in terms of harm or otherwise to the canal and the branch line green infrastructure corridors, what's your case on whether A, there's any harm, and B, whether that means the site is sensitively located for the purposes of S11?
Yeah. Taking the first point first, I consider to be no harm to the green infrastructure corridor. Moreover, I actually consider there is a benefit to the green infrastructure corridor, given, as I have in my proof in refer to paragraphs as needed in the summary tables at the end, the benefits which accrue from biodiversity net gain and the landscaping which feed in to the benefits that then has to the green infrastructure corridor. So like I say, rather than there being a harm, there is a clear benefit of the proposals in the context of the green infrastructure corridor.
Thank you. Although slightly out of turn, I'm just going to go to those tables because there was a query raised by Mr. Stevens about those tables at the back end of your proof, page 37, para 7.53. And given that you've raised the kind of landscape / biodiversity, could I just give you an opportunity to explain the inputs into those tables in terms of the overlap or not between biodiversity net gain, landscaping / environmental in the benefits section and landscape in the harm column?
Yes, quite. So the table, just to give a bit further context, the table at 7.3 replicates that at 6.52. And elsewhere in 6.52, I go through the harm of the scheme and then the benefits. And within that, I identify the benefits of landscaping and environmental, broadly speaking, around paragraph 6.43. And I take that as the landscaping scheme proposed and the landscaping mitigation and the overall environmental benefits that has, again referring back to the green infrastructure corridor. I can touch on biodiversity net gain as an element of that, should that help.
Might as well. Yeah.
I then consider there is a measurable and a very significant measurable biodiversity net gain of in the order of 195%, which could not be delivered without this scheme. And I give significant weight to that because I consider it to be a very important factor of the scheme. And that is in addition to the landscaping mitigation as a landscaping scope of works, as it were. Then turning to the harm, where I refer to landscape, and then a dash on the top right column at 7.53, that relates to the landscape and visual impact, which broadly relates to paragraph 6.7 of my proof of evidence, in which I consider there to be a moderate harm. And I think it's worth giving further context to that as well, that moderate harm is what I consider to be a worst case scenario taken at the early stages post implementation of year one, as Mr. Webster and Mr. Wadsworth have referred to, and clearly over time that moderate harm would reduce further. I think that's just an important context point to give in terms of landscape. So again, the top right column top right box refers to landscape and visual impact rather than any sort of landscaping mitigation proposals, clearly.
Thank you. So we've dealt with 2 of the 3 inputs into Mr. Stevens' evidence that he thinks it's a sensitive location. The third one is landscaping, and I think we can, again, that stands and falls with Mr. Webster or Mr. Wadsworth's evidence.
Indeed it does, yes.
Yeah, so those are the 3 claimed inputs into sensitivity of the location. Mm-hmm. Just for completeness, you deal with sensitivity at 5.14 to 5.16 of your proof. Perhaps you could just give us a high-level summary as to whether you think the proposals satisfy or conflict with this part of S11.
Well, I think they're entirely aligned with this part of S11. As I've said in my proof, I think if this were a sensitive location, that's a case that would have been advanced through the officer report and in the decision notice and or in the statement of common ground, yet that hasn't been advanced. And there is no specific conflict identified on that point, accepting that S11 is a policy within the reason for refusal. But this being a perceived sensitive location, or the sensitivity of the location is absent in that context. I consider the proposal to be sensitively located and in a sensitive location, bearing in mind the designations that we've discussed that aren't within the site, accepting there are some designations adjacent, but I don't consider the site to be visually prominent, taking on board the evidence from Mr. Webster.
Thank you. Second part of S11 then, in terms of designed to minimise potential adverse impacts. Mm-hmm. We've got some agreement now in terms of what impacts are alleged to be not minimised. And we've agreed that of the list in S11, we don't need to be concerned with biodiversity because that's actually, there's a benefit. We don't need to be concerned with mitigating pollution because that's not alleged as a harm. We are essentially talking about landscape, visual receptors and historic assets, although we can put that in its box because it's not a reason for refusal. With that in mind, and we've obviously dealt with natural environment in terms of green infrastructure corridors, and landscape ditto stands and falls with landscape evidence, ditto visual receptors. What would you like to say to the inspector about your evidence on what steps have been taken to minimise the harm and therefore compliance or conflict with this part of the policy?
I think there's a number of steps which have gone through as the scheme has evolved. Principally, for the purpose of the appeal, it centres around the removal of panels in the northeastern corner of the northern parcel, and the introduction of further landscape mitigation in that area. It includes the the additional landscape buffers along the southern boundary where it adjoins the Grand Union Canal Conservation Area, and also just sort of on the corner of the site as it sort of lies adjacent to the turnover bridge, where there will be sort of various gapping up and infilling, as we've discussed, along with strengthening of the landscaping scheme in that area.
Thank you. That's on minimising effect. So just if you stand back and look at S11 as a whole, what's your conclusion on that?
Well, I conclude in terms of this part of S11 that the word is very clear that it's about minimising impact. It's not a zero-sum policy by any stretch or means, and I think that that relates back to the supporting text for the policy that talks about the impacts that can be seen, as it were, from this type of development, and it is very clearly one of minimising. It's not a zero-sum game in terms of impact. There can be an impact, and the scheme can still accord with S11, and it's very much my case that is the case in this instance.
Okay, thank you very much. Therefore, overall on development plan compliance or conflict, what's your view? Are you, well, I suppose the prior question is, are you of the same view as Mr. Stevens, that they essentially all resolve into the same question, that although there are, I think, 4 policies cited, the test broadly is the same across, they stand and fall together?
Yeah, that's correct, and it's reinforced in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yeah. Okay, so therefore, in turning that into a conclusion on development plan compliance or conflict, what's your case on that?
I conclude that the development is wholly in accordance with the development plan.
Thank you. Turning to sort of other matters then, this is our list of disparate things that we need to pick up. Let's deal with highways first. So for this exercise, I think you will need core document 1.26, which is the transport statement. Together with ID 9 and 10.
So if you just bear with me, I'll locate ID.
So ID 9 is the motion note and ID 10 is the
Yes. So I have ID 10 on an email, but the PDF isn't working. I'm happy to just carry on. I think I'm comfortable with.
Like imagine a lorry going around a corner.
I can imagine a lorry going around the corner. Yeah.
I've got a spare copy of it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Just check I haven't written rude things on it.
I won't take it too personally. I have ID 9, just not ID 10, which is the plan.
Sorry, I've got the ID
That's the
10.
one, yeah.
Oh no, I need this one.
Apologies, it's my laptop.
But that's not a spare.
Okay.
Do not write on
Apologies, yes. Right, I have those documents.
that. I better ask them about. Better ask you about them now. Okay, thank you. I'm inundated with copies of the motion note now. Thank you. Right. First off, before we get into effects, let's talk about what gets put on the road and for how many weeks. So we have a look at 3.10 on it's PDF page 8 of the transport statement, core document 1.26. It's physical page 5, PDF page 8.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're looking pained.
No,
Is
it's
that-
just
Oh, is
I couldn't hear you over the lorry.
Oh, okay. I was bored you already with transport effects.
It does seem appropriate, doesn't it?
Yeah. Right, vehicle movement. So we're all looking at that table. So first off, how long is the construction period?
It's approximately 36 weeks.
And how many commercial vehicles are we putting on there a day?
8 commercial vehicles per day.
Thank you. So that's, I think it explains in 3.11, shows the highest increase in average two-way daily traffic movements expected during the construction phase, as you might expect. average two-way daily commercial vehicle movement is expected to be 16, so eight two ways. Yeah. So, okay. So that's in terms of the amount of traffic. So if you were interested in the operational phase, it's 3.12 over the page, and no abnormal loads. So that's the volume of traffic. And let's talk about where it goes. So I think for that, we then need to bring up the motion note ID 9. And the route is given in text form at paragraph 3.1 on page 2 under the heading Construction Traffic Routing.
Yep.
Which doesn't mean a great deal to me until you see it on a plan over a couple of pages on page 4, where Mr. Russell, the author of the note, has produced a plan showing the construction vehicle access routing, and he has also in yellow dots plotted schools. Is it your understanding, Mr. President, about that the lorry route goes near any of the plotted schools?
It follows the main road and does not immediately pass the plotted schools.
Has anybody suggested to you that those schools are incorrectly plotted on that plan?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. And in terms of Gayton and going, I mean, it does go. What it does do is go around that 90-degree bend in Gayton outside the church, and for that we need the next document, ID 10. And what is your interpretation of this plan? What am I looking at?
The plan shows two junctions or two turns. The top one being the right turn outside St Mary's Church in Gayton, and the second one, which I believe is a junction sort of to the west of the A43.
Another 90-degree bend somewhere else?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what does this note show, or the plan show, in terms of lorry movements? Are they able or not able to safely make that manoeuvre?
They are able to safely make that manoeuvre.
And can they do it forwards and backwards, or just in one direction?
They can make
They can go
forward in both directions.
They can go to the side and they can from the side. Is that right?
Indeed, they can. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Taking that all of that evidence in the context of the NPPF test of severe impact on network or impact on safety, do you think that policy is there's any conflict with that policy?
No, I do not consider it to be any conflict.
So just for clarity, do you think there's a severe impact on the network?
No.
And any impact on highway safety?
No. And probably just worth, I think, adding at this stage that the scheme has been discussed at significant length with the local highways authority, who have raised no objections, and the access to the site has been discussed at length with those parties and agreed.
And with the Canal and Rivers Trust, I think.
Indeed, and there is also a planning condition to provide a further level of detail on traffic movements to and from the site.
Thank you. In terms of condition of the highway, we heard a third-party evidence about the condition of the highway and the concern that heavy vehicles may further damage this road surface. What do you say to that?
Well, it would need to be evidenced fundamentally, and it can be controlled by a planning condition should there be an issue whereby a pre-construction survey can be undertaken, and then a sort of a post-construction survey again taken, and any sort of material changes which are as a result of the development or vehicles associated with the development could be remedied through a scheme to be agreed with the Highways Authority.
Thank you. Heritage is another matter in terms of the sort of other things not really raised by the Planning Authority, but I think we've dealt with that above, so I don't propose to say anything more about that unless there's anything you want to add on heritage.
I think heritage was raised by Blisworth Parish Council.
That's true.
In terms of vehicle movements through the village, but I think notably the vehicles won't pass through that village, so clearly there's no impact and therefore no harm on
that village.
We might as well, while we're here, have your very clear evidence about harm to or otherwise a Gayton conservation area. I know it's not a point raised by the planning authority, but it is a point raised by their parish council.
I consider to be no harm.
Thank you. We've already had the paragraph references for Mr. Morley's note on that. The third chapter under my heading of other matters is noise/tranquility. And for this exercise, we will need the appendix to your proof for Mr. Barrett. And also your main body of your proof of evidence, 6.16. Just headline, first of all, what do you say about tranquility of the existing area and what will happen post-development?
I think the perceived tranquility of the area has a number of detracting influences, as it were, particularly the A43 and the West Coast Main Line, which when I visited the site earlier this week were particularly prominent across the site, and that those influences do detract from the overall tranquility. And I know that those issues of tranquility seemingly relate to the northern parcel only, and those matters have been covered in detail in the note provided by Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. You say in detail, there was some suggestion from Mr. Stevens in his cross-examination when I asked him questions about this. My note of his evidence was he wasn't convinced that Mr. Barrett had assessed the western end of the northern site when doing his background readings. Perhaps we could have a look at page 5 of Mr. Barrett's note, figure 1.
Figure 1 shows me that there have been 4 monitoring locations along the Grand Union Canal, L4 being towards the western edge of the northern parcel, L3 being also in reality again towards the western side of that northern parcel, and L5 being within the public right-of-way which passes through the western part of the northern parcel. So there is, I would say, 3 locations for monitoring which are within the western part of the site.
I think this objection on behalf of the planning authority at least relates to the users of the public rights of way. That's certainly you recall me taking Mr. Stevens to paragraph 100 of the NPPF because that was his policy jumping off point for this argument. And we can see the public rights of way plotted on that plan. Are you content that Mr. Barrett has looked at receptors being users of the public rights of way, or has he missed something?
No, I'm content that that's accurate.
Thank you. The planning authority are proposing a condition which requires a new noise survey. On your view, is that something that's necessary or not necessary?
It's not necessary. Ultimately, it would be, I hesitate to say belt and braces because it's perhaps even more robust than that. We have a noise survey which has been undertaken. We have this further note from Mr. Barrett, but yeah, I consider those to be very robust documents in this instance.
Thank you very much. Item 4 on the other category. There are 4 of 6, just so you know. Item 4 is agricultural land loss. You deal with this in your proof of evidence at 6.18. You have here, and I think in terms of discussions with the planning authority, in terms of meeting the case made by the planning authority, focused understandably on the 10 odd hectares of grade 3A being lost. And we've got your case quite clearly in writing, so I'm not going to ask you to summarise that, but there appears to be a wider point being made by the third parties about the 70 hectares being lost to agriculture more broadly, rather than focusing on the loss of best and most versatile as required by NPPF and as the approach taken by the planning authority. So what would be your comments on that broader point about loss of agricultural land use?
That fundamentally it's temporary and reversible. The site
can still continue to have a useful agricultural purpose, as I've said in my proof. And I forget the terminology that Mr. Webster used exactly, but sort of sheep ready or sheep suitable is probably a suitable terminology, and evidently that is an agricultural use. So whilst inescapably the arable use would not continue, there would still be an agricultural use. That would still be a beneficial use, and it would ultimately retain an agricultural use on the site. I think it's worth noting that in any case that's given limited weight by the local planning authority in terms of the planning balance.
Yes, thank you. And the weight you ascribe to loss of best and most versatile land, just so we've got the sums. Not that it's a mathematical exercise, of course, but
is very limited weight on the basis that it is, whilst as I've termed it in my proof, a numerical loss in actual terms. The areas of grade 3A are dispersed, for want of a better word, within the northern and southern parcel. It's not as though there is a readily accessible area of land within either parcel where you could somehow use that grade 3A land any differently to the grade 3B land.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the accuracy of the mapping, are you happy that the maps that we've agreed with the council, are they accurate?
In terms of agricultural land classifications,
yeah.
Yes, and there is it.
Okay, thank you. Point 5 of 6 on the other categories. Grid connection and connection between parcels. So it's been raised by third parties about, well, I think there are two potentially points here. One about grid connection in terms of timing of that grid connection and the potential that this might sort of blight the landscape for 10 years while residents wait for this to be able to come forward due to a grid connection. What's the position on that?
As I understand it, there is a grid connection available, and that grid connection is within the next 18 months or so, late 2024, early 2025 has been, I've been advised, and it's not as though that connection would disappear or expire should there be some unforeseen delays to the project, obviously presuming that planning permission is granted, of course. And I think it's worth, as was referred to by residents and others, that the fact that there is a grid connection for this project does carry some positive weight, because fundamentally we are able to provide clean, green, renewable energy when there is a need and there is a lack of available connections elsewhere. I think it's a real benefit to this scheme that it can deliver that in a relatively short space of time.
Thank you. In terms of physical connections of both to the grid and between the parcels, if that's necessary to do by cabling.
Yep.
I mean, is that something before this inspector to consider, or how is that going to be dealt with?
It isn't before the inspector to deal with. The statutory providers can deal with that under their provisions within the various acts.
Thank you. Final point on other decommissioning. Mm-hmm. How is that dealt with?
There will be a planning condition which controls the decommissioning, and that will have to be adhered to. Clearly, it's a planning condition within planning permission, again, assuming that planning permission is granted. The panels themselves can be recycled, the site can be restored back to its existing arable agricultural use, and that effectively removes, I hate to say built development, but to give it some terminology, built development, I will say that, it removes that from the site. The landscaping mitigation would remain, hence why I've given that benefit in the balance. Apologies, I'm straying on to another matter there, but just to give a bit of context to the decommissioning and the long-term legacy of the site, because ultimately that's what it is in terms of the landscaping remaining. It is of a long-term benefit to the local area.
Okay, thank you. You've used the keyword benefits, that's where I'm going next. You have dealt with this in your proof of evidence 6.21 onwards, but it's quite a large section. So I'm just firstly going to deal with renewable energy as a benefit.
Yeah.
Firstly, is this a matter agreed between yourself and Mr. Stevens for the Planning Authority that this is a benefit?
It is indeed.
And is the scale of that benefit agreed?
I give that very significant weight, which I consider to be appropriate given recent and very relevant appeal decisions. The local planning authority give that significant weight. Now, in reality, significant weight is still significant weight. It is still at the very top end of weight, if that's not a strange terminology to use.
Thank you. Now, appreciating it's not a mathematical exercise, but you're both obviously at the top end. Okay. And we won't go through all of the inputs into that, but obviously you've set out an extensive rationale for why it should be so high in your proof, drawing upon relevant excerpts from national and local planning policy.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read that out, but say you've got that in writing. There's no need for... We've lost quite a lot of our audience. I'm not going to ask Mr. Pleasant to read bits of his proof of evidence. So we've got that. Thank you. In terms of other benefits then, where do we go after benefits of renewable energy generation?
Obviously, as I've mentioned before, at 7.53 in my proof, there is the biodiversity net gain benefits, which I give significant weight to, given the assessed and agreed percentages involved. I give moderate weight to landscape environmental and to financial investment, and I think it's relevant to note that the scheme is a significant investment for the appellant, and that's right. That should be rightfully recognised within the planning balance. It will create jobs, and whilst admittedly the majority of those jobs are in the 36 weeks construction period, they are nevertheless jobs which attract a benefit, and then there is a longer term management of the site. I then give limited weight to site suitability, and I know that was questioned in terms of from Mr. Stevens, what does that mean? That relates to the officer report at CD 3.1, and apologies, I don't have the immediate paragraph to hand, but I'm sure I could be furnished with it, where effectively the council conclude such in their recommendation to committee that
We might have to hunt for a reference another time. So perhaps Mr. Pleasant can give you that paragraph reference.
I can't seem to find
No, another. Yeah, no. Rather than do it now,
Yeah.
So if you rather than hunt for paragraph references now.
Sorry, I haven't found it.
Okay, thank you. That's dealt with harms, development plan, and benefits. So bringing it all together in your planning balance.
Yep.
What does it add up to?
Well, I think evidently it shows that planning permission should be granted for the development. There are significant and very significant benefits which significantly and demonstrably outweigh any harm. I mean, clearly I consider that the development is in accordance with the development plan. So, the starting point is one of granting planning permission, and then the material benefits effectively add to that. And I think that's an entirely reasonable and logical approach to take, given the evidence presented and the supporting reports, and likewise the supporting evidence that's been presented on behalf of the appellant.
Thank you. I'm sorry to undermine your conclusion, but it may be that paragraph 10.1 of the officer report is where you were.
It is indeed. The second bullet point. Yes.
Yes.
The absence of specific policy harm, which I think probably links back to somewhat the sensitivity of the site.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pleasant. I don't have anything further for you. If my learned friend is feeling particularly ambitious, we could crack on.
Miss Hall, thank you very much. I'm not sure we need to juggle and squeeze in the cross-exam. I think I'm content to take that in the morning, and I'm content to give ourselves 5 or 10 minutes just to pin down the site visit programme for tomorrow. I think that might be quite useful to do rather than find ourselves in cross-examination and then suddenly no one knowing where they're going at each time. We've got the quite extensive. Sorry, Mr. President, just to be clear, I'm entirely content that you can talk to your team. We've not taken you into cross-exam. I'm not going to say that you're out of contact. I know.
A friend and I.
Do you disagree on this matter?
Well, we sit. Our professional guidance is about to change. It has become obvious to the planning bar that we are the only area of the bar where we have professional guidance that has allowed us to not enter what used to be purdah until cross-examination. All other areas of our profession treats that as beginning the moment the witness enters his evidence full stop. Our bar council guidance is probably best read as saying that we shouldn't be speaking to our witnesses at all once their evidence is started, whatever the nature of that evidence. So our guidance is about to change.
That's
very
right.
interesting.
Because
I mean, it's always been a slightly moot point, but we've generally, as inspectors and advocates, generally accepted the position for practical
we
reasons.
have, and then somebody noticed that perhaps the Planning and Environment Bar Association professional guidance was out of kilter with other professional bar associations.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so the powers that be in PIBA decided to form a working group to look at this issue.
Which, for reasons best known to them, included both me and management. and members from the planning inspectorate. So we have had,
Now, we know, but nobody else does, that revised guidance is about to go out to consultation, including to PINS, to ask PINS's view.
Yeah.
And it may be that PINS says, no, that's really not going to be helpful because there's going to be too many occasions when witnesses, we would not want witnesses in purdah at the end of a day, for example, and therefore it might limit using the back end of a day for examination in chief and starting cross-examination, the next morning, and so on and so forth. So there will be consultation responses conscientiously taken into account.
But nevertheless, the point at the moment is it's a bit up in the air.
But it's a bit up in the air.
I think to avoid any suggestion of procedural impropriety, I told Mr. Richards that I would propose not to speak to my witness.
I mean, fortunately, they're not living in the same place.
I can just be here before we get back in the morning.
And I trust Ms. Hall implicitly, and I have absolutely no doubt. But just so you know, the situation is about to change, and we're chuckling because we're one of the few people that know about it at the moment.
Yeah.
And everyone else who's on the stream. But
well, they do now.
I mean, that's very interesting. I've always been pragmatic because it does give me more flexibility towards the end of the day, because I'm no fan of having a witness put into isolation.
No.
That's the way I'm trying to...
And you could be in a strange situation that as members of the bar, we wouldn't be able to speak to our witnesses, but if you had a different advocate leading a party that wasn't non-PIBA or non-barrister, they would be able to speak to them. Well, there you are. It's more of a matter of our professional conduct.
Yeah, so there's about to be a consultation.
Okay, well, I'll qualify my comment.
But please do respond to it.
The choice is effectively within your team, but the choice appears to be that you are going to be in relative isolation over the period of this evening, leading in to your cross-examination tomorrow at 10 a.m. Site visit. I understand that I've got our 2 landscape witnesses joining us. Does that?
Yeah, that's correct. And you've got the big plan in front of you.
I have.
Now, I'm quite sure that you will have remembered from the December 2021 58-page submission from the Parish Council.
Yeah.
It included a number of local viewpoints, which I know that the Parish Council are keen for you to visit. So
Okay.
what we've done is we've asked our landscapers to landscape experts to make sure that you do visit them. And we're confident that they are all on the tour, but just so that you know that you will be visiting all of the places, yes, the first thing you've got to do is realise that the northern site is nearer the bottom of the page.
Turn it upside down. Yes, I've done that.
And it's an oblique view rather than an overhead
Can I
view.
just say there's one annotated viewpoint I don't think we'll be going to tomorrow.
That's correct.
Because we've excluded it in previous conversations.
Yes. And I think that's either 11 or 12, isn't it?
Well, I haven't got the mark.
Oh,
I think it's going to be 12 in my memory.
I think you're going to 12 because I think it's on the driving route. Do you want to have
I haven't got
Here we go.
one of those. Yeah.
There's no number one, so we do walk by it.
or is it number 1?
Yeah, there's number one, which is Samuel's there. We do walk by it.
Yes, number 1 is not a viewpoint, but you will be going past
yeah,
it.
was number 1. It was actually, well, basically 10, 11, 12 we won't be walking on. It will be potentially on your driving route if you're following the motion approach. But we won't visit it in our
Yeah, interestingly, I have already driven that route and indeed taken that viewpoint at 12 and decided that there was quite a lot of woodland involved.
Yeah. And then the other thing I know and that you have heard is that they are very keen that you should drive the motion route.
Yes. Yes.
And when it comes to the sharp right turn in Gayton, I think they're quite keen for you to get out of the car there. And then, again, just to complete the picture, because I've been asked to pass this on to you, there is evidence before you in the written material, and I think one local resident mentioned it, that weddings go on in that church on a Saturday in the summer.
I think we can accept that weddings go on in church.
Where there is a certain amount of haphazard wedding parking and whatever. That may be coming relevant for the conditions session when we get to the hours on a Saturday.
It's an operating church, so it has weddings and funerals as well as services on Sundays.
Throughout the week.
Yeah.
Yes. Not just weekends, throughout the week.
Yes, I am in fact going to a wedding on a Friday this summer, but not at this church.
And I don't know if you're coming on to this, there's been a request potentially to visit 2 private properties.
I haven't heard those.
But have we got any further clarity?
Nobody's responded to me yet.
Okay. We clearly have 2 quite substantive walking routes, the blue one and then the alternative. Yeah, it's a mix of colours, isn't it?
Unfortunately, we've discussed this.
The mauve route.
Yeah.
Tell me where we're at with thinking that through.
We're thinking that there's maybe a possible foreshortening of the non-blue routes. So going from Mr. Rush and I talked about this, and we thought it wouldn't harm either of our the views that we'd like. So this is if we, and this is the section between 14 and 26. Approximately, so we didn't have to walk that as such.
I think the feeling is we can get to viewpoint 14 as we discussed at length.
Yes.
Quite easily from Gayton.
Yes. Yes. So where's that leaving us? Is that leaving us a meeting at the start of the circular route, the blue circular route in the village at the north? That's what I felt would work best. Complete the blue circular walk.
Well, I would say...
Do we need to encompass the marina part of it?
It depends. If you felt you've been to the marina, I think it's part of the immediate vicinity of the site, so I think it's important to go there if you haven't been.
Yeah, so I'd agree with you.
Okay. That takes us back to cars in the village. Then we could drive back into Gayton and then to take that walking route out to 14 from the village. Was that what you were thinking about? changing that just to foreshorten the full walk.
Yes, it would just be walking.
Well, or alternatively,
Yep, go for
the
it.
blue route walks you up into Gayton. So
You mean up the Milton Road
up the right lane.
or up Wrights Lane?
Yeah. So you could do it all by walking, and that would leave you then with a selection of longer range views if you chose to visit those.
Are you not better off moving your car quicker if you're going to go from Rotherstone, do the circular route kind of back to Rotherstone,
Yeah.
then have to get one?
But it picks up viewpoints.
So hard.
I think this so open to Gayton's quite a good one. What I'd be concerned about is walking the from 1 to 29 the wrong way. So I think it's important we walk from 29
More downhill.
walk downhill, yeah.
Okay, I think I can be slightly dictatorial on this. I think the
Yes.
blue route we do need to do.
Yeah.
I think we can then, and hopefully it's possible to park near the church,
Yes.
because we can relatively easily get to both 28, and because after 28 you're telling me that it becomes
Yes.
very intermittent,
Yes.
and we can spend quite a long time walking down there for no